residents who took the time to write in about their concerns and express their love for their neighborhood so beautifully. And on the other hand, we've got the developers who have a very good reputation, and plus we need housing. And so there's all kinds of things at play here that we've got to consider. So question through to staff. What is, if you can just, Ms. Wozniak, maybe if you could just speak briefly to that the traffic in that area. It's not a super great designed traffic area. And if you could speak a little bit to our efforts with the Ministry of Transport to get that intersection with 22nd Avenue.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor Klassen. So yes, as part of the of this development discussion with the Ministry of Transportation and Transit and Transportation, I have the name wrong,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
There's two T's.
MOT. It resulted in a conversation about the intersection where Griffiths, the frontage road, and the highway all meet. There are plans within the ministry to improve this intersection and have better alignment for both Griffiths, the frontage road, and the highway. As we are aware right now, that intersection is quite difficult to maneuver and navigate at times. So what's not been confirmed from the ministry is timing of when that project may go forward, but is brought into consideration and has been talked about through the redevelopment of the subject property.
So no timing.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Okay. I always think that there's a win-win to be found in every circumstance. So could you speak a little bit to and maybe you don't know, but because just looking at it, it looks like it would be a nice option to have traffic be routed from 20th Avenue to meet up with Griffith Avenue. Is that not considered a possibility in that area? I'm just wondering why the traffic report didn't include that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Klassen, so between 20th Avenue and Griffiths, there is quite significant topographical change. So there is 20th Avenue sits higher than Griffiths as Griffiths goes down towards Massey. So there's an embankment along that bench. It's important right now with the zoning stage, as I noted in the intro, this is to just provide assurance to both, I think, administration and council that traffic's been analyzed, and we recognize this is a significant change to this use and operation of the site. But because it's being developed in phases and new access points are being proposed at this stage, conceptually, there's two being provided off of Griffiths as underground parking accesses to the buildings that would front that property line. But again, with the ability to ask for further analysis per building and per phase to ensure that if phase one gets built out before phase two proceeds, we can ensure that whatever phase one is generated as a traffic impact will be considered with the impact of phase two being proposed. So this isn't something that, this report is not one and done. It's intended to, again, give the assurance at the zoning stage that can it be done with comfort, and with comfort we can see, are there going to be times where improvements may be required? Yes, but right now we have the understanding and comfort that between this, the servicing, and geotech, the site can be redeveloped to the vision that the applicant has proposed.
Thank you. And if I may, do we have some assurance and do we have any mitigation efforts, like if suddenly, or do you anticipate that traffic will begin to flow into Seymour subdivision with phase one or phase two?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Klassen. So again, reading the correspondence and understanding from the residents that this is obviously loud and clear, the concern is directing traffic from the subject property into the existing neighborhood and having that negative, potential negative impact. Through those, phases of development and redevelopment, the analysis of the traffic, we, along with the professional engineer at hand who would prepare this, make every effort to ensure we're not directing traffic to create a negative land use impact elsewhere. So the intent is to make that functionally and with the maneuverability of the site and existing access points as smooth as possible. But this is introducing more traffic to a neighborhood, and it's not intended, again, to cause a negative impact. Will there be more traffic? Yes, but again, through use of our internal staff and the external professionals helping with this, hope to mitigate that to the highest degree possible.
Okay, I'll listen to see what my colleagues have to offer, and thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Skaken.
Oh, thanks, and thanks to all the folks that wrote in and expressing many concerns. Just to administration, a bit of guidance to start with, Your Worship. Since we're in a public hearing, do we have to limit our opinion till, or not a public hearing, but do we have to wait as usual before we say where we stand and some of our concerns, or can we just say that?
Thank you, Councillor Skaken. I get your question. Not in a public hearing. You're allowed to express your opinion. You just have to keep an open mind, and which you did entering.
For sure. So thank you. Just a couple questions with regards to sewer capacity, water capacity, and all that to administration. And I'll let Ms. Wozniak pull up the report, if I may, Your Worship. It's page 8 of 18, 7.3, the existing capacity. I think it's 7.3, yeah. So just the question says that L&M Engineering reviewed the 2017 sanitary sewer master plan and PG map for information related to capacity of the existing system. So I'm wondering, is that dated material accurate enough now to estimate capacities if this project goes through?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Skaken, I may need to ask Director McIntosh to step in, but just at high level with these engineering reports for servicing briefs, that is it's consistent that that's the material that's referred to and that their professional opinion is based on. So also using that material has been able to identify, hey, there's a deficiency here or capacity issue here, but that's just high level, generally speaking, with our development procedures, but I'm not sure if Director McIntosh wants to build off of that.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Skaken, I would concur with Director Wozniak. I don't believe there's been any significant flows added since 2017.
Okay, so just in the same report, I have page 9 of 18 is the downstream sanitary capabilities. And there's a couple asset IDs if you keep going. Yeah, that one right there. Where the heck is it here? It's under 7.3, just below where I talked about. There's a graph there. A table. Do you have to back up? Sorry. Right there. 6846 and 6848, they're in the negative, and that's a capacity at full build out. So just high level what that means, and if there's got to be any type of upgrades with the sewer system, who would pay for the cost of those upgrades to administration?
Your Worship, that through to Councillor Skaken, that would be on the developer to cover that cost.
Okay. A couple other things. I mean, traffic has been brought up a number of times with different residents. I mean, I was at Denny's today, and you know there was talk at a table near us about the potential what's going to happen if that bulb out and that turnaround at the end of the frontage road actually goes in. So just is that going to be a permanent thing, just to get that cleared up?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Skaken. So the improvements along those for those frontage roads and then the highway are with the ministry. Again, the ministry does work closely with the City of Prince George to, and again, Director McIntosh may want to build on this and correct what I'm saying, but they do work closely with us on the install and implementation of those improvements, allowing us to also express, hey, questions about traffic flow, et cetera. So again, that being right now the design, and not knowing implementation date, I'm hesitant to comment further. If that's for sure a go, I don't know that answer.
Your worship, through to Councillor Skaken, much like the improvements that have been made through the corridor on both East Central and West Central from 22nd to 5th Avenue, the problem with those intersections were those right-hand movements into the intersection causes trouble for queuing. So the ministry has looked at eliminating that problem and providing alternative access off the highway onto those frontage roads.
Okay, so if this goes through, it looks like there will be that bulb out. So to administration and some of the residents' concerns, if you cannot go south on the frontage road and the only way to actually go west or south out of town would be to go all the way back down the frontage road to 15th, down to Kearney to Winnipeg, and so on, or they cut through the neighborhood to get onto Kearney to make it shorter. So I'm just wondering, is there not another way that if there's going to be intersection upgrades, that it's not basically going to be a dead end heading south? Because that is going to be an absolute nightmare. And anybody that goes to business on that street, the same thing, they're going to have to go all the way back out, go behind Earl's up 15. So it's just, it's not doable. To administration then, what say, like, do we have any say when it comes to the ministry, if they're going to put that sort of a dead end there, does it have to be there? Because that's a concern not only with the people in the area, but anybody else that uses that frontage road.
Your worship, we can bring those comments to the ministry and have further discussions on that option.
Great, so, you know, I've looked at the traffic studies. I mean, traffic is obviously a concern. If 20th Avenue ends up being a bit more of a thoroughfare than anything, that's going to be an issue. And there's no guarantee that that dead end or that bulb out won't be there. So that's a concern I have, Your Worship. And again, thanks to all the residents and, you know, all the folks in the community that wrote us and expressed their concerns one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skaken. Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks to all the residents for showing up and for all those who sent in correspondence. I used to go to PGSS and live on Harper Drive, so I delivered papers to Village on Central when I was a teenager. I'm pretty familiar with the area. I just wanted to maybe ask Mr. Anderson just about the process that we're going to go through, that if this is, if first reading is passed by council, what does this process look like? The province has made some changes around public hearings, so just hoping that maybe we could just have a little bit of information on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Ramsey, so you're looking at first 3 readings tonight. Public hearings are prohibited in this circumstance, so based on what I'm reading in the report, it's consistent with the OCP. It is to permit a residential development, and that residential component is at least half of the gross floor area of the buildings. So Section 464(3) of the Local Government Act prohibits public hearings in this instance. So the next step would be, if council passes these 2 recommendations, is the first 3 readings, and then that final reading is going to be withheld until a Section 219 covenants registered.
Okay, thank you for that information, Mr. Anderson. I really appreciate that. Councillor Skaken zoned in on my immediate question because the servicing brief had mentioned the capacity and moving from, I think it was 3 lines to 1 line for the sewer capacity. So I had the same question around whether the developer was going to bear the cost there. So thanks to Councillor Skaken for getting there first. A couple other questions I had were about the traffic study, and there are 3 tables in there on, sorry, I'm just scrolling, that's showing the AM PM counts for phase 1, 2, and 3. I don't know, Ms. Kellett, if you're able to bring it up, but I just was trying to figure out if, and maybe I missed it in there, but I was trying to figure out if the phase 3 peak hour trip generation rates were inclusive of Phase 1 and 2, or are these separate counts for each individual phase? So I'm not sure if staff are able to answer that. So it says for table 3, for the full, okay. So there were some comments in the letters from residents of up to 3,000 vehicles being added, and I was trying to figure out how that number was derived, because the AM peak for table 3, for the peak hour trip generation rates, says the AM peak is 685, and the PM peak for total trips is 1,043. So I just couldn't figure out how they were adding up to 3,000 in some of the letters of correspondence, but thanks for that, Ms. Kellett, for highlighting that. I missed it in there. There was also the method for the high projection, and it said that they had used a figure of 1.2%, but then it keeps referencing 1.5%. So, Ms. Wozniak, I'm just trying to figure out did they use a higher threshold for the high projection then?
Your worship, I may have to ask staff to help with this question. Chris Flegenhart, our manager of transportation, is in attendance this evening. Would it be okay to ask him to come to center table?
Absolutely. Please. Thank you.
Good evening.
Thanks, Mr. Flegenhart. I was looking at the projections. I'm trying to find it in here. So it said projected background traffic. They have the Prince George Official Community Plan identifies the following 3 population growth rate scenarios: low, it's in section 4, yeah, 0.4, medium 0.8, high 1.2. But then the traffic impact study uses a projected growth rate of 1.5%. So is that just to overcompensate for growth? Is that accurate?
Yeah, so it is an overcompensation of growth that is used consistently in Prince George over the years, above and beyond the typical 1.2%.
And I guess my question is, what happens if the growth exceeds 1.5% in each of the phases as they're going through and doing the traffic counts study again?
So the growth wouldn't impact the development volumes. It's the background growth of traffic throughout the city of Prince George.
Can you just maybe clarify what that means a little bit more?
So when we get into phase or future phases, when they are or if they have to reevaluate the TIS because of the duration between development phases, or because the next phases moved forward, they would use the growth of that next phase, or the projection of the background growth for that next phase at that time of reevaluation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Just looking, I think that is the technical questions I had from the traffic impact study and the servicing brief. I guess just I don't have any more questions for you. Unless my counsel does, but I guess my other comments would maybe just be on I think it was the shading brief. I just kind of felt like maybe if the density had been front-loaded onto Central, that perhaps like higher density at the front of the property and lower density at the back, that even like achieving similar counts for number of units, that maybe it would have just been a little bit easier for the shading of it, because it does seem like there is going to be, in the winter months, some shading that's going to maybe impact some of the neighboring lots. But I just, with the slopes in there, I think that maybe that would have been hard to accomplish, but that's just something that had crossed my mind when I was looking at it, so. Just gonna look to see what my colleagues feel on this. I think one of the things that most of us can agree on is that this is the worst intersection in Prince George. It has been horrible since I was a child, and you know, there's just, whether or not this proceeds or doesn't proceed, I think a commitment to advocacy on this intersection update is critical, and just really want to see that advance in terms of the amount of density. I do tend to agree with Councillor Klassen in that we do have housing target orders. We are a growing community. There are lots of benefits to seeing increased density, on the caveat that the traffic plan be continuously monitored and considered as we go through this. So for me, I do think I am prepared to support this moving forward. But again, I would prefer if the traffic impact study could come back to council before final reading so that we're able to see that, if that's allowed as part of the process. Because I think the 219 covenant is requiring that. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but.
Your worship, through to Councillor Ramsey, I'm happy to explain the final, or the condition of final, sorry. That's intended for a 219 to be registered on the title of the subject property. That would indicate a report prepared by a professional traffic engineer upon the completion of phase 2, and every subsequent phase of construction of development be provided. So that's tying it not only to the phasing, but also the buildings, again, to ensure as a site gets built out, that we are, what you've alluded to, consistently reviewing that traffic impact and not letting it get reviewed at later stages, like the third phase, where maybe the last of the buildings are being proposed. So it is tied to the phasing and the buildings.
And just because it is tied to the satisfaction of administration, will there be maybe like reporting back to council during the phases on the updating of the traffic plan, just so that we have some continuous communication to residents on how it's being monitored throughout the build?
Your worship, through to Councillor Ramsey, that's typically not how that gets implemented. But if, and again, loud and clear, the traffic is the impact, and I'm understanding that. So please don't take this as me trying to dismiss that. But I'm just, I guess, looking for, because right now how this is written, council would vote on this, either support it or not. If it's supported, then we would ensure this final step is taken and that gets registered on title. And through administration and working with the applicant, we implement the oversight of the traffic servicing, geotech, all of that, like we typically do through development approvals. However, if there's further oversight, that I think we would need council direction on that.
Okay, I'll just maybe let my colleagues mull that over a little bit, but I do think maybe just some constant communication, as you know, this is a long project, and when I think about the land use of it, you know, multifamily development, it already is RM, I think it's RM 3, so it already allows for you know, multifamily development. So you know, the density to me is already allowed, as it is already multifamily. And then, you know, when you think about commercial development, we do see commercial development along the frontage already. So to me, that does answer the question in terms of land use. Is it meeting what is already there in the neighborhood? Yes, those are allowable uses in the neighborhood. So it would, the question of should it be allowed is easily answered for me, in that, yes, it already exists. So it should also be allowed to exist on that property. The question then becomes around the traffic and how we look at that moving forward. And I just am kind of thinking about, as this is a longer project over a longer period of time, that communication piece back to, what did the traffic count look like and what does that mean for the next phase just might be beneficial, but I'm just not entirely certain how to achieve that. So I'm happy for my colleagues to weigh in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ramsey. Councilor Frizzell.
Thank you, Mayor Yu, and through to Ms. Wozniak. Well, first I want to thank Councilor Ramsey for bringing up the solar study. I know in BC we don't have any right to light laws, but it is a rare thing to see a solar study like that included, mostly because of the height I'd expect. And do we know, does it have impact since we don't have any jurisdiction over it? Is someone with solar panels going to be unable to generate during the winter? I guess that's probably out of the venue of this, but appreciated seeing it was there. I don't know what kind of decisions we can make based on that, though.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Frizzell. Again, because this is a significant change to the site and the heights of building that is being proposed versus what's in place, these types of solar study or a shadow analysis is oftentimes asked for through a development permit stage, and we do have that ability through our guidelines to request it. So staff have received these prior through usually development permits that may not come to council. So typical information to ask for, and what it informs is, again, that shadow casting, but can also inform future design considerations for a building in terms of perhaps it's not just a solid 6-story building that gets, but there's different architectural elements that could get incorporated to let perhaps more sunlight through than not. So these types of things just help inform impact, but also future discussions when it comes time to develop.
Yeah, thanks. And it doesn't seem we have jurisdiction, but it can inform for the future, because even if there are no residents that have solar panels on their roof right now, there may be people in the future who want them. What options are there for developing an ongoing consultative process with developers or future property owners? Does the community charter allow for ongoing communication with residents?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Frizzell, if you're speaking from developer to the residents in the area, I'm not aware of any legislation, Local Government Act or Community Charter that says thou shalt or thou shalt not. So it is something we would obviously encourage, and through our development procedures, we don't, for example, notify when a new building's being built or a building permit or development permit's been applied for. Is typically these stages of OCP and rezoning or zoning considerations. So in terms of what we have in our toolkit, this is being followed. And then we would encourage, I suppose, that relationship or that collaboration between developer and neighborhood to keep the neighborhood informed.
Thanks, because it's setting the stage nicely by talking about it in terms of the right to light issue. But really, I think the big issue is about the ongoing traffic issues. Can you give some comfort that the Section 219 covenant is going to give tools for the city to enforce change? Because it's going to require study and more analysis, but what can that trigger about making changes? Because I think the issues are things like increased traffic volumes, intersection delays, access management, and conflict with existing driveways, maybe pedestrian transportation gaps, the active transportation, and those roads. So wondering, can you give us some comfort that by putting a Section 219 covenant in and requiring studies, that leads to change and improvement?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Frizzell, yes, exactly that. So because it's a 219 on title, it's something that therefore lives on title and would be brought forward through subsequent, future and subsequent applications tied to the site. In order for that to be, should it be placed on through this process, for it to be discharged, would also have to come through a public process. So it's ensuring that both a property owner, whether that changes in the future or not, is aware that that's there for this purpose, this intent, and also because it's tied to phasing and buildings, it allows that continuous review of if it doesn't get built in the phasing they propose or the building order they propose, if the market changes and there only 4 stories are in demand instead of 6, like things like that. So this is again at, it's conceptual and visionary, and the max that the applicant would like to build on the site. However, things do change in a decade and a half. So it's important to have that, not only a 219, but the ability to ask for information that reflects the day that applicants or applications are being made, to consider that technical information as it relates to that day, that moment, maybe the improvements to the intersection occurred by the ministry. Like, lots of variables are tied to this, and I think that's part of perhaps some of the frustration and concern also, is that there's a lot of question marks still about timing. And again, just with the covenant and our development approvals information, that allows us to keep up with those changes as they occur.
Wanted to highlight in the report says that the developer offered to put that Section 219 covenant on. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Worship.
So there's a willingness to work, and I really appreciated seeing that, because the residents have come forward. The residents have spoken about what their concerns are, and you've given us the assurance that this Section 219 covenant gives us an enforceable way of addressing those as this gets built out. Am I accurate with that, Ms. Wozniak?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Frizzell.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Yu.
Thank you, Councilor Frizzell. Councilor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you to staff for the presentation. I want to echo the comments I think initially made, just recognizing again, I can't see everyone in the gallery, but understand it's a fairly full gallery there tonight. And I know over the last 2 days have received, I think, upwards of between 40 and 50 emails representing over 60 residents, have had numerous phone calls as well. So I know that this is a concern for there are aspects of concern for the neighborhood, and I think one of the common denominators we've I've heard in talking to citizens is not necessarily against the project or against even the project at this location, but some significant concerns around traffic. And as I look at the plan and I look at where and how traffic currently goes into that into the current carriage lane estates, it is I think a significant change in driver behavior. I personally not really loving the idea of closing the frontage road. I know that's that is part of the plan, but it does open up where right now most people are accessing carriage lanes from the highway. We're now forcing them to move in and go in back ways. And unfortunately, as we also live in an area where Google and various other apps are always trying to find you a way to shave a minute off your time, I fear that then that is also going to to drive people through the neighborhood potentially as a way to cut a minute or two off their time if they are using an app to maneuver through town. And an example of this is if you follow Google, it actually has you bypass Williams Lake by taking the Lakely Highway to 108. And I'm sure our counterparts in Williams Lake aren't very happy about that. I guess two questions. One would be to Ms. Wozniak, like, is there a mechanism where we could encourage the developer to look at, and the Ministry of Transportation, like, is there a different way we could manage the traffic flow in, or has that all been considered as part of the traffic analysis and work that has come in front of us this evening? My other question, again, in particular, looking children who live and will be living at 2000 East Central, especially at the elementary level, will be traveling to Harwin. because that neighborhood in particularly doesn't have a significant sidewalk infrastructure, in the event that we do see increased, like, is there a way for the city to monitor traffic in that neighborhood and have the capacity to potentially put sidewalks or at least a few sidewalks along that journey or along that neighborhood, in particularly on the route to Harwin, in the event that that area does see increased traffic and this passes? So that might be a Mr. McIntosh question as well, but really just kind of focused on what we saw in the active or in the traffic survey that came out.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Bennett. I think I noted all your questions, so forgive me, jump in if I've missed something. With respect to the developer and residential or the residents' relationship or that collaboration continuing in the information share, that's something I think administration can certainly take away and encourage the applicant to continue to perhaps explore and implement. They're in the gallery this evening, so I'm confident they're understanding that message is loud and clear from council as well. The traffic impact study reflects, as noted, the improvements along the frontage as well as the proposed build out of the site. But as I noted, this is just, it's a high level traffic impact study to provide the assurance that traffic can be accommodated. I understand there's routes that aren't maybe fully fleshed out or supportable right now with the neighborhood concerns being noted. And again, through phasing, we can have those discussions. We have the luxury of the 219 as well as our bylaws that allow us to further delve into the details of each building and the impacts the traffic generated by each may or may not have on a neighborhood, and then identify the challenges or not, and then address those challenges through potential mitigation measures. Again, not having all the details in front of me, this is just what would happen at future phases of development. The sidewalk question about, sorry, it was along Harwin? Councillor Bennett?
No, so the children, like elementary age kids who would be living at 2000 East Central would have to basically walk to, and most likely would end up walking through the neighborhood because they would be attending Harwin. So, is there the ability, if we are seeing significant increased traffic in this area, that we could add sidewalks, either maybe along Harper or along Garden, to just add that comfort level to the neighborhood, where we are seeing increased traffic, that kids are not or individuals are not walking down the street with increased traffic. It's one of the concerns I saw in a few emails that came in today, was really, what can we then do as a community to, if we are seeing significant increased traffic in the area, to ensure pedestrian safety.
I understand. Thank you for clarifying, Councillor Bennett. So that improvement or potential improvement could absolutely be looked at, and that would be from more of an administrative point of view. The developer would not be responsible for that. We can only ask for off-site works for the frontage of their property. So anything beyond that would be, like I say, between administration and such to determine either sidewalk install or improvement, and Director McIntosh may want to correct that.
No, that's correct, Your Worship. We do have the typically annual new sidewalk capital program that could be looked at as a potential source of funding. There could be a standalone capital project. It's likely any sidewalks would be directed to the 15th and Irwin intersection, where we have a controlled crosswalk there that feeds into Harwin. So there's potential for that in future years.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think those are my technical questions right now. So I'll let someone else go.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Worship. And the benefit of being at this point in the evening is that the vast majority of points that I had brought have been asked. I am also incredibly grateful for every phone call, every email, every visit that I've had from the residents in this area who want, at the end of the day, want a better understanding. The other thing that crops through my mind is that phrase, form and character. And we know that change of any form alters form and character. But we can together do this. I want to go back, if you don't mind, Mrs. Kellett, to the items that are actually before us tonight. Those recommendations. And to clarify again with Ms. Wozniak, is there still an opportunity for us to request more information? I mean, you've got a report prepared by a professional traffic engineer upon completion of phase 2. And I'm trying to go back to what Councillor Ramsey said as to whether or not that's sufficient. If we could have a sense of what more information might come in that study.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Scott. So the recommendation number 2 and the requirement for the Section 219 is to ensure that future traffic analysis or traffic impact studies are provided per phase, per building. So that the one that's attached to the agenda this evening, as I said before, is not one and done. It's the kickoff to that site being considered for redevelopment, in this case, a rezoning. So right now, Council is considering a rezoning. Staff have reviewed the proposed zoning in accordance with OCP policy or housing policies, the technical reports you see before you tonight, and administration is comfortable to proceed with a zone attached to this lot to facilitate next phases of redevelopment, which it would then be buildings in phases, and those buildings in phases would have further analysis tied to them.
And that's exactly what I was looking for, is that comfort. I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Sampson.
Thanks very much, Mayor Yu. Appreciate the discussion so far. Lots of great questions, good information, and like my colleagues have said, I really appreciated the input from the residents and the folks who've reached out in support of, with concerns on the application, against. There are a few folks who are just flat against, but I do think that there's room for most of the correspondence I read for this to move forward in some way, as long as those concerns are addressed. That's the general tone I read, and the number one concern being that traffic doesn't overwhelm your neighborhood. Reasonable. That's a totally reasonable concern, and I want to make sure that we get to a point where that's the case. I would like to clarify whether any assumptions in the traffic analysis are at all contingent on the improvements of that Highway 97 corridor intersection piece. And it wasn't entirely clear to me if there was any assumptions made in that being improved, or if the report was solely based on what's there currently.
Ms. Wozniak.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just scanning the TIS right now, just noting that Section 15 is the recommendations. And one of the recommendations is the proposed MOT upgrade projects to be completed on MOT timelines. So I would need to do a bit more of a review to see to what extent the analysis considered those improvements, or if we could re-invite Mr. Chris Fliegenhart back to center table to answer that. Thank you.
That'd be fantastic. Thanks.
Thank you. So the TIS assumes that the province will proceed with the development of the intersection in the future. However, it does not impact the results of the TIS, and the improvements to the intersection aren't required as part of the development. And the assumption made in the TIS is that regardless of the timeline for the intersection improvements, that there would be movement restrictions of Central Street east to Griffith Avenue.
Great, thanks. So it makes the assumption, but the data results are not changed, whether or not the improvement's done based on the proposed improvements or any potential improvements.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Council did have a meeting recently with the Minister of Transportation and Transit, had a chance to participate in that. And obviously they made no promises or announcements in that meeting. There was acknowledgement that this is the top priority for highway corridor improvements in our community. They have a number of identified intersections throughout, but there was no bones to pick that this was the priority one. I happen to live very nearby and use that intersection multiple times a day, and I think it's been said a few times, it is garbage. It is not a stellar piece of provincial infrastructure, and I think the province is well aware of that. They have folks who work in that ministry, live here as well, and they acknowledge that too, that they are well aware and travel that corridor too. So I do have some confidence in the prioritization of this by the province, but I think I'm going to make a motion after we vote, whatever that is, to formally refer this to the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee for targeted and priority advocacy, because right now we're having some loose discussions, but it hasn't been hardened in a motion to direct that work. And I think that's really important, especially now that we're hearing the ministry, like I said, give acknowledgement to how it's their #1 priority on that corridor. Now's the time to pounce and really drive that message home. So I think there's room for that. I'll be really frank, the proponents are here. I don't think there's been enough done to build confidence with the surrounding neighborhood. And I don't mean to be critical, but I mean to be provide constructive criticism. I think that's one area where this has fallen maybe a little short. There has been consultation, I acknowledge. I think last April 2025, there was a session at PGSS. But I think in the absence of ongoing discussion, in dialogue with the residents, comes mistrust, people coming to their own conclusions, or having a lack of understanding about exactly how you envision your development going, and giving them the chance to be confident in that vision as well and coming alongside you. And that also includes hearing their concerns and addressing them head on, saying, we understand ABC, and to address that, our designs, which are not completed to the best of my understanding, are going to have X, Y, Z to address some of those concerns. And I think that's really important. Not that you're not doing the work to address concerns, but you're not communicating perhaps enough, and I think the residents would really appreciate that. That's the message I'm seeing. Again, that's meant to be constructive. My question through to administration, perhaps through to Ms. Wozniak, is the improvements on Griffiths 20th, that frontage road there, not the intersection with the province, but those municipal assets. How does the funding, what is the funding mechanism there, and how much relies on DCCs or the proponents' participation, and how much is going to be, and perhaps it is Mr. McIntosh, how much is going to be reliant on exclusively taxpayer funding?
Ms. Wozniak?
Your Worship,
I guess to be clear, I'm not looking for a percentage breakdown. I'm looking for a better understanding of what pieces will be tied to the project and have joint participation.
that's fair. Your Worship, I think that question would be best answered by Mr. Vlegenhart again, just to comment about the improvements at Griffiths and Massey, if that's triggered through this proposed rezoning. And then if further discussion about improvements are needed, either through the development or not, that's something Mr. McIntosh may be able to talk about through capital planning.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Sampson. So for the improvements on Central Street East, namely the cul-de-sac, half cul-de-sac, or turning restrictions, whatever that may be, and proposed off-ramp from northbound Highway 97 onto Central East, that would be a Ministry of Transportation capital project at some point and has no direct requirement or responsibility to the developer. The signal intersection of the highway would be a future capital project with the Ministry of Transportation. Off-site works that would be responsible of the developer would be the curb gutter sidewalk improvements along the frontage, namely on Griffith. I believe sidewalk is fully installed already on 22nd Avenue, or sorry, 20th Avenue and Central Street East. And I cannot recall if there was any other improvements mentioned.
That does help, I guess, and I'll look to Mr. Anderson to cut me off if I'm off base, or yourself, Mayor Yu, but we've seen developments in the past. I'll name one over by 18th Ave, roundabout, where there was a bit of a joint participation from the municipality and a nearby developer to see that capital project move forward to improve the transit, the road network near there. Is there opportunities for the city to engage in that type of discussion with proponents where there is more significant cost to improve the road networks around the development? Not interested in placing the entire burden on. This is an improvement for the whole community, but wondering if there's opportunity for us to engage in those types of discussions.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Sampson. Yes, there's always room for discussion. Just to be clear, the project you've highlighted as an example, that was the developer approaching the city of Prince George. So we're unable to go to a developer and say, hey, this isn't on your site boundary, but would you like to, ... So typically it's something that's offered by a developer who may have, see a benefit to their development and then ask the city, you know, can there be this like joint participation in this particular project? That could also be the case here. Again, but we couldn't say to a developer, you know, come to the table with this, or this. So it would be on their.
Yep, great, thanks. I definitely know there are limiting legalities around what we can expect and what we can demand, especially in a rezoning process. That's not my intent. But flagging that with the registration of a 219 covenant, there will have to be traffic engineering that satisfies the city to move forward with the development. That would be an option available to any proponent, not just in this case, but any proponent could identify that, while this is some burden being placed on the municipality, if this traffic study is accepted and we're proposed to come with X offer. Is that fair to say then? Anybody whose development it requires further approval based on the traffic study could make an offer attached to that study to help advance it.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Sampson, I'm not sure I'm fully following. So you're saying if an improvement is not identified in a traffic impact study, no?
I'm saying if an improvement is identified, and in order to, if a proponent recognizes that that might be burdensome and the city might not be prepared to take that on themselves, they could make recommendations on how there could be a partnership. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. Yeah, that's fair.
Perfect. I think that message is clear enough in this process. And I have another piece, depending on if this moves forward or not, to tie in some further oversight, but I'll wait on that to see if this passes. But I think at this point, I recognize that the application aligns with our OCP, our growth management objectives, our housing goals, and with the Section 219 covenant, I think it does provide, I think that covenant provides an important tool for administration to ensure that it's meeting our priorities and our needs with respect to managing that traffic, and we'll have that oversight necessary to guide the next phases of development there. So I'm satisfied with that. But a priority for myself would be ensuring that the neighborhood impact remains at a minimum, and that their concerns be recognized throughout the entire process of reviewing that traffic study. So that's going to be a priority, but that's where I'm at right now, and I'll jump in after the motion. Mayor Yu, thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Pueblo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I purposely waited to speak last, just to take all in all the comments and all the information. I think one question hasn't been asked, and I'm not even sure if this is part of the process, but was there any consultation with PGSS or school district in the traffic study or any part of this process? I don't know. I know the applicant's here. Applicant can't speak, but I think that is definitely a factor, being the fact that the school is right next door. And I would imagine the traffic counts would incorporate that traffic going to school in the morning and pick up and leaving school in the afternoon. Would that be correct?
So the traffic count collection was specifically extended to accommodate the school pickup drop-off windows. As far as whether or not there was direct consultation with the school district or with the school, I'm not aware.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that would be necessary in the process. I attended the open house almost a year, 14 months ago, I guess. There was 30 people, and I had a good discussion with applicants and some of the residents there that were there, and had discussion with some of the residents in that area, in person, through email, by phone. This is not an easy decision. I mean, really, if you look at it from a zoning perspective, the zoning and the OCP fits the zoning, it fits the OCP. I think the real question is, and I think Councillor Sampson hit it on the nail, is the concern about traffic. And with the traffic study, with the covenant, in my opinion, I think there's enough assurances that with consultation with the neighborhood, and I know that's, that's not really called in the process, but if I would urge the developers to be very proactive, and I do, the fact that the open house was 14 months ago, and I don't know exact engagement with the neighborhood, but I can tell from, meeting with some of them and talking with them, I don't think there was a lot. That's certainly not ideal from my perspective. At this point, this is a tough decision, and I think this is a decision that I think the next council and the next council after that will be making in this city as we grow, and we have to look at density to accommodate a growing city. I think we'll see this discussion in other parts of the city in the next 3, 5, 7, 10, 12, 15 years to come. We all know our infrastructure story. We have this massive footprint, for the population, as we know, at this time we thought we'd be 200,000. Maybe we're at 100,000, we'll see what the census says. And we need developments like this. But it does bring challenges, and I think we're hearing it tonight. So these are the difficult decisions that the council of the day has to make decisions on. So I guess my message would be communication, working together, because I think the consensus is that this is a housing project that is needed, especially in that area. I know initially that development was built 50 years ago, and we see in what shape it is today. And they're coming in with this concept that will increase housing and will provide housing for hundreds of people. So that's where I'm sitting now, Your Worship, and we'll see where the vote takes us, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Councilor Polillo. Well, you say you spoke last. I think I haven't spoke yet, so not much to be added.
Fair enough. No, last among councilors, but Your Worship.
Thank you very much for helping us to answer some of the questions. First of all, I just want to thank you, all the residents wrote to us, whether you're in opposition or you for the project and whatnot. And I want to just single out one particular resident. He not only wrote us, he even provided some possible solutions. I think Dave Rubda, thank you very much. It's pretty straightforward. Bill 44 and all the housing mandated by the province, we need to create more houses. And this is one area we can provide lots of houses, not for hundreds, probably in terms of a few hundred. And of course, the transportation, it is the fundamental issue, the traffic. We are not only have the concern about the long-term traffic, but also during the construction. We cannot shut the PGSS down during the construction next few years. So we have to consider all aspects of transportation during, after, and improve the Griffin Road. The early access northbound from Highway 97 to the PGS probably provide the most logical solution, but that is to be funded is really 100% by the Ministry of Transportation, because this is off-ramp the highway. So those things I really would like to see the Councillor Sampson's recommendation and the motion after this to pass, they're forming a very specific asking. You want a housing, we got to provide you housing. But we wanted this piece to make sure the residents of the Seymour Division not going to be impacted. This traffic area to PGSS, to the whole area to be improved. Griffin Road, it can be 2+1 type of transportation during a certain time of the day. Solution is there. And I think the goodwill is there between the developer, the city, and the resident to work together to find a solution to make sure the number of traffic, if going to be increased, is well understood, communicated out. But I do believe to improve the traffic right now, even, it is needed for the area as a whole. So with that, I'm going to call the motion on. I don't have a move a second for recommendation number 1. I need a mover and seconder for recommendation number 1. That council gave the first 3 reading for zoning bylaw number 78502007, amendment bylaw number 9548, 2025. Move 1 by Councillor Ramsey, second by Councillor Scott. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carried.
Sorry, Your Worship, can we just slow down on the opposed? I got 1. Yeah.
Oppose? 1. Recommendation number 2. Move 2. Second, the council permits the consideration of the final reading of the proposed bylaw change to be withheld until the following recommendation have been met to satisfaction of administration. That's section 219 covenant.
Mayor, you?
Move.
Yeah, it is seconded, yeah.
Do I have a mover, second? Yeah, moved by Councillor Fazell. Second by?
I'll go.
Councillor Claassen.
Yeah. And could I
Councillor Claassen. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I had come prepared to make a motion where we would look at other options, but then in discussions and we talked, I found out that the other options had been explored. So that's where it's like, oh, okay. So you always have to come and you have to be prepared to listen. On this one, though, I'm just wondering, is there any benefit to asking for a traffic study after phase 1? I understand that right now, there's already around 100 and over 100 people living there, and phase 1, if I understand correctly, is around 70 or between 70 and 100. So is there would there be any benefit to changing that from phase 2 to phase 1?
I do believe Councillor Klassen, Councillor Sampson's following up a motion will to perhaps we can incorporate some of the information right away and to see the advocacy is more targeted, and that should be going on before even phase 1 taking place. I do believe that
Yes.
that should be taking place.
Yeah, but in terms of the traffic study, Ms.
Ms. Watson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Clausen. I think I've explained a lot tonight that we would be asking after each building. So if that was changed to phase 1, it wouldn't be entirely inappropriate. So again, up to council to make that decision.
So can I move that amendment?
Second by Councillor Sampson. Okay. All in favor of amendment?
I'm in the queue.
Oh,
For the
in the queue first.
amendment?
Okay.
Okay.
You want to
Yeah,
speak to-
thanks, Mayor Yu. I was in the queue on the same page as Councillor Clausen. I want to make sure that we have that piece in there. My question is, can we have it with each phase? These phases could be years apart, and I'm wondering if there's you said that earlier, but it's not spelt out here. So maybe if Ms. Wozniak can speak to that.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Sampson, no problem. So the last portion following the legal description says requires a report prepared by a professional traffic engineer upon the completion of, I think we might go to phase 1 or 2, and every subsequent phase of construction of that development. So it is intended to be tied to phases, and I'm just reiterating that through city bylaws and development procedures bylaw, we can ask for per building. So this is covered not only with this covenant, but also with the municipal bylaw.
Great, that satisfies it. I'll appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And also, those traffic study will be public document. The residents will get access to it, and if they still feel not comfortable, they have opposition, they can communicate to us, right? And then we can make amendment from there too.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Klassen?
Then I'm done. Yep.
Okay. Councillor Skaken?
Well, briefly, yeah, I mean, fourth reading is out of our hands, so there could be a dozen traffic studies, and really, I don't think it'll make much of a difference. So I appreciate what Ms. Wozniak said, and I think we need to carry on.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Worship. Just through to Ms. Watson, just to make sure, I think the intent is clear, because I also know, I believe the original plan also included a community hall neighborhood space. Is that, so when we're talking about each phase or each building, I'm assuming we're speaking about buildings with residents, not necessarily if, they decided to build that community space in between phases. We're not going to request an additional transit analysis at that point. This will just be for residents, for resident buildings. Just want to make sure that that intent is clear.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Bennett, my understanding with how the report and this recommendation's been prepared is to tie it to the phasing, no matter the use of the buildings. So because each building will, even if it's the amenity area or amenity building, that's going to have some sort of traffic result or impact. It might not be as extensive as a housing or mixed-use building, but again, because we have the ability to look at this in phases and per building, we can make that call based on what what a traffic analysis number might trigger for a type of use or anticipate for a use to determine if a full-blown analysis is required.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to pass one more comment. I do believe solution actually to solve the traffic situation has been found. We just need to implement them and find a way to get the provincial government to pay for it. And off-ramp early to the PGSS, that probably, based on everything I know as an engineer, this is probably the only solution that work. With that, Councilor Sampson, you want to add one more?
Mayor, you know, I have a motion to add after
Yeah,
this.
okay.
Thanks.
Question on amendment, all in favor? Oppose? Carried. Main motion. That's the recommendation of 2. Phase 1. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carried. Councilor Sampson, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. You, I think the most important piece coming out of this is residents have raised extremely legitimate concerns about the traffic through their neighborhood and the impacts it could have. And I think we have some tools here to make sure that that is minimized and that this gets prioritized. Otherwise, I did send 2 motions to Ms. Kellett, if she can put them on the screen. And that's that council directs administration to ensure that the professional transportation engineer prioritizes the minimization of adverse impacts on surrounding residential neighborhoods when evaluating future traffic management measures, access configurations, and development approvals associated with the redevelopment of 2000 Central Street East, and that council directs the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee to prioritize advocacy with the Ministry of Transportation and Transit regarding full provincial upgrades to the Highway 97 Central Street East, 22nd Avenue, Griffiths Avenue intersection, recognizing the intersection's importance to community growth, long-term transportation capacity, but also public safety. So moved.
Second.
Second by Councilor Bennett.
What I'll add, Mayor, is I'm moving them together.
Yeah.
Thanks. And Mayor, I'll also add, I think it's extremely important that the Ministry of Transportation receives the feedback from residents, because we need their support in bolstering our argument to make sure this gets across the finish line. And so with that, I would like all the feedback we receive to be packaged up for intergovernmental affairs to be able to use that in our advocacy, because I think it strengthens our argument. And if we find that we need more, we can always appeal for more, but I think that's going to strengthen the case. And I have a feeling we'll be able to advance this in tandem with the developments as it phases out. So I'm optimistic about our chances with the province. Thanks.
Thank you. It's very unique. This is the first time not only the resident brought the concern, but it is the residents also through their own effort find a possible solution. And this is something is very unique. I really like to see the proposed from the resident, their wish to the Minister of Transportation be communicated through the intergovernmental and as a part of the presentation as well. Councilor Fussell.
Not being contacted at all by anyone. We've got these meetings all through secrecy, okay? And we're choked.
Yeah, no secrets.
You heard that?
Your worship, we can't have public interaction.
Yeah. Councilor Fussell.
Thank you, Mayor. You on the first motion, first half of the motion, number 1 there, through to Ms. Wozniak, can we direct the professional transportation engineers' priorities? Are we able to do that? Or is this direction already what they do?
Your worship, through to Councillor Frizzell, this reflects very much the conversations we would have through that process of a technical briefing being prepared. I'm comfortable with that wording to take it forward.
Okay, thanks. And on the issue of bringing it forward to intergovernmental, yeah, I'll support that. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Segan.
Well, thank you, Worship. I appreciate the first motion, but and sure, we can pass on the residents' correspondence, but they've already fought the fight. I don't think they're going to have to step up and try and fight a second time to get intersection improvements because of this development, Your Worship. So, thank you. Call the question.
All the question. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carried. Thank you very much for coming. There's no secrecy. Anytime, drop my office. Thank you. Okay, Do you need a 5? Do we need a 5 or carry on? Okay,
Your worship, we have a public hearing, so maybe we could do that, then take a recess.
okay. I declare the public hearing at agenda item H1 to order. Mr. Anderson, would you
Your
like to
worship, I'm
introduce?
just going to ask that everybody stop their conversation and make your way out of the gallery if you're going to have conversation.
Conversation outside, thank you. I would like to declare the public hearing at agenda item H1 to order. Mr. Anderson, would you like to provide the overview of this hearing? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just give me 1 sec while I get organized here. We have a public hearing tonight, being an OCP and rezoning for 8230 Peter Road. Your Worship, before I go into details of the application, I'm going to outline how a public hearing works for anyone wishing to speak. Those wishing to speak the application will be requested to add their name to the speakers list available by Ms. Kellett over at the side there. Ms. Kellett will be calling out names for each speaker to come to the center table to speak. If you're on the phone, please queue by pressing *9 or raising your hand. We will go through the queue and we'll announce either the last 3 digits of your phone number or your name. Once we do, we will unmute you, and you will need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 or the unmute button. Individuals wishing to speak to these applications will come to center table one at a time, state their name and address for the record, and address council. Comments made at the public hearing are limited to land use the application is considering. When an individual comes to center table, they are to direct comments and questions to the mayor, not to the applicant. Just a reminder to the gallery, there is no applause, cheering, booing, or any other gallery interaction allowed. I request that you silence your phones to avoid unnecessary interruptions. Council is reminded the function of public hearing is not for council to debate members of the public, but to receive comments to inform debate. So H1, Official Community Plan Bylaw Amendment Application Number CP 100226, Bylaw Number 9617, and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Number RZ 100866, Bylaw Number 9618. Location 8230 Peter Road. Documents for council consideration include staff report dated May 20th, 2026, consultation for OCP amendment application, the distribution area map, request for comment letter, Facebook post, and public correspondence. There's also a previously submitted staff report on February 23rd, 2026, titled OCP Bylaw Amendment, Bylaw 9617, and RZ rezoning Bylaw Number 9618. That was considered at the March 23rd meeting. That included a location existing zoning map, Exhibit A to CP 100226, Appendix A to Bylaw 9617, Appendix A to Bylaw Number 9618, and supporting documents, which were rationale letter from the applicant. There have been no additional items of correspondence received in regard to the public notice issued for this application, other than what is included in the agenda package. The Director of Planning and Development is available to provide an overview of the application.
Thank you. Ms. Wasnick, would you like to provide an overview of the application itself?
Thank you, Your Worship. On March 23rd, 2026, Council approved first and second reading of bylaw numbers 9617 and 9618, which proposes to amend the official community plan and zoning bylaw to facilitate aligning the current use and zoning of the subject property. The property is located at 8230 Peter Road and is developed with a house and detached garage. The applicant would like to rezone the subject property from M2 General Industrial to RS2 Single Residential. In order to facilitate the proposed rezoning, an OCP amendment to Schedule 12 Future Land Use Plan is required to redesignate the property from light industrial to small-scale residential, as shown on Appendix A to Bylaw Number 9617. The intent of the proposed OCP amendment and rezoning is to align the zoning with the use occurring on the property. Administration understands the disconnect between the current industrial zone and residential use is occurring on the site is causing challenges for the sale of the property. Administration has conducted the consultation process for the OCP amendment proposed under bylaw number 9590, which resulted in one submission in support of the proposed bylaw and is included in the agenda as part of this report package. And your worship, I'm sorry, I said the wrong bylaw number earlier on. It's Appendix A to bylaw number, 9617. And the bylaw proposed under 9617 has one submission in support of this OCP. Sorry.
Thank you.
That's it, thank you.
Is there any question for staff? Seeing none, Ms. Anderson, is the applicant in the gallery?
My understanding is the applicant is not in the gallery. They couldn't make it tonight.
Thank you. Is there any question to the applicant? Nope. Hearing none. I'm going to call 3 times. Is anybody want to speak on this matter? For the first time, is there anyone who wishes to speak to this application? For the second time, is there anyone wish to speak to this application? Ms. Calloway, is anybody online would like to speak to this application?
Your worship, we do have people online, but they've not raised their hands, so I suspect they are not wishing to speak.
Thank you. For the third and the final time, is there anyone who wish to speak to this application? I need a motion to, and moved by Councilor Fazell, second by Councilor Polillo, to close the public hearing. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carried. Move to receipt, second by Councilor Polillo. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. No more information carried forward. Third reading by Councilor Fazell on the OCP change amendment. Second by Councilor Sampson. Discussion. Seeing none. All in favor? Opposed? Opposed online? Carried. Second by Councilor Scott. All in favor? Opposed? Opposed online? Carried. That's it?
That's the beginning of the meeting.
We'll take 5 minutes break. Thank you, everybody. 5 minutes. It's a no-brainer.
Good evening, Mr. Knott. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. There's still 2 more report items before your section, but hopefully we'll get there soon.
Thank you.
Okay, so not a big deal. Okay. Come on, let's go. Kyle. Number 1, I go pretty fast. Move it to the report, okay? So we don't have to debate.
Your worship, we had amended the agenda, so it's E6 followed by
E6 first.
E7, E8.
Okay. Okay. E6. We would like to management and the impact of open burning in downtown core. We would like to hear from Ms. Devanoff. Ms. Devanoff, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. The last council meeting, there was a request to bring around some additional information related to open burning in the downtown core. And so as you are very well aware, there is significant interest in the topic of fires and open burning in our community. There has been substantial damage linked to open burning, and open burning remains a challenge in our downtown, despite consistent enforcement attention and other investments. The intent of this report is to explain what has been witnessed and what existing responses are in place so that discussion can be well-grounded with the latest information. 2 additional reports are attached to provide background. Each report details proactive enforcement projects that occurred in the overnight hours during 2024 and 2025. The reports provide a summary of significant structure fires in the downtown area, provides comments on the department's approach to open burning, and concludes with high-level comments on the various actions that are viewed as helping respond to and mitigate the open burning hazard. Again, this report is intended to present information to help promote informed discussion, and staff suggests the report be received ultimately for information. There is one clerical error that I need to point out in the first table. The total columns was not updated and is inaccurate. We had initially the 2025 October up to October information, and we added the last couple of months. And so the correct totals are as follows. The total number of structure fires is 378, and the total loss is 38,906,552. Nothing else changes on the report, and we're available to support discussion.
Wow. Do you, including your study, have you talked to the insurance people? How does it impact our overall average downtown insurance rate?
Your Worship, most of the information that I would be able to provide as somebody who doesn't hold any of those policies is the anecdotal piece about premiums increasing and it being more challenging to find those that are interested in engaging in that line of work. I'm not sure that others have better information around the table, but certainly we do hear that feedback from the community.
Yeah, I asked the question, it's definitely at least if there's a 15 to 20% jump in many different buildings, the insurance rate. So it does have a huge impact. Councilor Skaken.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. Thanks, Your Worship. That's just astounding. $38 million. That's a property loss, and that that doesn't include the loss to people's livelihoods, everything else, and it's so disturbing. And I'm so challenged on any other way to deal with this other than having more cameras downtown, more boots on the ground. And in the report, and perhaps maybe it's just me, but a number of the categories on page 3 of 6 talk about social disorder, and I know I guess that's sort of a term, Your Worship, but I don't think that adequately describes as a heading what is going on, because I think it's much more than social disorder. People they're not lighting these fires, in August, 2023 for warming, in September and May and September. Most of these are happening in off-winter months. So we can't use the excuse that they need to stay warm. There's enough places for the folks on the street to stay. There's enough places for them to stay warm and get food. So I just put it out to administration, and I'm not sure going forward prior to budget discussions, what opportunities do we have as a council or administration? What is the best route forward with this? Perhaps to Mr. Depino, high level.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Skaken, I would point to a number of the considerations that this table has looked at in the past as ways that you may explore going forward from here. And some of these need to be driven in partnership with the community, more driven by business owners or could be council-led. And so things like a local area service around the overnight security has been discussed off and on. there's a way that a council can impose such a service, but there's also a way that a DBIA or another group could lead that as a grassroots response should they wish to organize. There's also a request in for camera funding. The information that we have initially, DBA has made an argument to show that there's some response types that have decreased in the presence of those cameras, and so that's something that could be considered. Maintaining the Prince George Fire Rescue Service's evening patrols that have been ongoing since the fall of last year is certainly something that we see as a benefit until the situation changes. We could look at upcoming enhancements, things like an overnight shift. There's only one other municipality in the province currently that we're familiar with in Kamloops doing 24-hour, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't be considered. Or some other short-term service. Administration does plan on having a 2026 bylaw overtime project here to address downtown conditions, and so that could certainly be looked at. There's also opportunity, to work with the RCMP who are here tonight on that strategic alignment piece and to see what could be accomplished in terms of joint efforts in the downtown. But those are the 6 or 7 initial things that come to mind. One of the challenges I think that you have, Council, is that there are tens of millions of dollars going into protective services, and there are a great number of people and a great amount of time and energy going into this topic, and the challenge persists. And so it is trying differently rather than harder in some cases.
Great. Just a couple things to Mr. Depineau. If you still go through some of the back alleys, there's dumpsters that are still not locked, and some of the, I think, real hot spots full of cardboard, wood, and everything else, and it's so easy for the stuff to get taken out of these dumpsters and lit fires. And I'll never forget, I think it was last year, I wrote an email to admin and said someone had a couch underneath a gas meter behind, I think it was a twisted cork. And, all someone had to do was just light the couch up, and then next thing you know, it would have been pretty bad. So we talk about that local area service, and the mayor's task force, I think it was probably a year and a half ago, we had tasked downtown Prince George, and I think partly through admin, to talk to their members about how we could move forward on a local area service for overnight security patrols. And I don't know where that ended up, but at the time seemed to be a lot of buy-in. We just weren't sure. Was it going to be funded by the businesses, or was it going to be funded out of the general tax levies? So to Mr. Depineau, where are we with that? And has downtown Prince George come back and said, the members don't want it, do want it? What's the case?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Skaken. At this time, I don't believe that there's a definitive answer in the nature that you've framed it. That conversation's continued. The process, how to go about it, certainly has been communicated, and we are in touch a number of areas in administration with those area associations. But as of this time, we don't have a petition to start an LAS from any third party, nor do we have direction from council to look at imposing one.
Okay, so perhaps I'll look back through the minutes and then maybe touch base with administration in downtown Prince George. No matter what, some of these folks want to start a fire, and they're given the opportunity and the combustible material, they're going to start it, and it's such a tough thing to control. So it's frustrating, Your Worship, and again, there's a huge cost to the community, and the most recent fire was AWAC. I think last night on George, $20,000 worth of damage, a rough estimate. I mean, this is it's right in the heart of where everything is going on downtown with the folks on the street. And I mean, they have folks there all the time. If someone just decided to light a bunch of stuff on fire and start part of the building on fire. And I don't know if there's anything that AWAC or any of the other social service providers could have done in the area to stop it. But I think there's at some point, and the RCMP are tapped out. There has been more arrests recently related to arson than I think I've seen in the entire term. So perhaps the surveillance is getting better, but I don't think we can let our foot off the pedal. There's other things we can do to try and stop or at least eliminate some of this, minimize it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bennett, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Your Worship. And I think to echo Councillor Skaken that the number of property loss in our downtown is a staggering amount. I think, it is important to recognize and thank, the members of our local fire department. As the report highlights, they're doing multiple patrols a night. And in talking to some members, if it wasn't for those patrols, that number could be even higher. So, unfortunately, it takes away from their ability to either do other work or, perhaps, get a little rest before the next call. But I know that, those patrols are working as intended, and it is a problem that they are working hard to help our city address. I also think this highlights, and I know we have a motion on record as council, but this highlights some of the challenges that I know we're advocating strongly for when it comes to Crown Council. I know Councillor Skaken spoke to a large number of recent arrests, and at the same point, those individuals have then been released again. So, I know intergovernmental has a lot on its plate, but I think it's important that we continue that advocacy, around Crown Council as well. I guess just through Mr. Depenot, again, I just touched a little bit on one of the questions Councillor Skaken asked. Again, I have heard, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. Depenot, but I've heard that we're finding downtown businesses are finding it harder and harder to secure insurance or secure affordable insurance due to some of the concerns that we are seeing at our downtown core. I guess, Mr. Depenot, just to confirm that that was the implication I got from your statement as well, and I just want to confirm that that's what administration is hearing as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Bennett, that's certainly the information that we are hearing, is that certainly for those that have faced multiple broken windows or fire damage or thefts, whatever it may be, that conversation with their insurers is becoming more and more challenging. I don't have stricter information to provide than that, but could certainly reach out to partners to see what could be provided if that's of interest.
No, I think that is something that, and again, I recognize we can't continue to put tons and tons of tasks on administration. But I think that, that may be something that might be worth us in an upcoming meeting with the chamber or with downtown Prince George to see what they're hearing from their members in terms of the challenges around securing insurance. I think the other thing that I just wanted to highlight is, and I know that there's been some work done by administration based on a previous motion from council, but I've spoken numerous times around the importance of finding opportunities to get people into our downtown core. Unfortunately, and the loss of Crossroads didn't help with this situation. But it's our downtown is pretty empty in the evenings and overnight, and the more we can do to get people into our downtown core, activate spaces downtown, create opportunities to bring the community together, have a vibrant nightlife, the more people we can get into our downtown core, the more eyes on the streets and the more opportunities to then ensure that hopefully some of these could be prevented. So, again, I think, I would hope and encourage, this council and future councils to continue to look at ways to activate space in our downtown and find ways to get more people and more eyes on the streets, and hopefully be able to start to see, some of this bad news story start to change. I think the rest of my questions are probably better asked under E7, so I will leave it there. Thank you to Mr. Depenot and in particular the bylaw team and our fire rescue team for all their work on this.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Councilor Bennett. Councilor Fussell.
Thank you, Mayor. You through to Mr. Depineau. Thank you for the report. Shines a lot of light. I'm wondering if you have access to the table that goes year by year with number of structure fires and total loss. And that doesn't disaggregate the data. You note below it that it includes sources of ignition that can be inappropriate storage and accidental. But I think what we're really interested in is the theft and arson. So on the number of structure fires, does the data that you received allow to break that down into how much of these are theft and arson? Would you say 70 of the 75 would be theft and arson, or would it be more like 37? Does the data allow for that kind of insight?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Frizzell, certainly a person looking at the data would be able to apply that human lens to it and interpret that out for a person. The majority of what we're seeing in the table that you're referencing is labeled as social disorder or something along those lines. And so the majority of that list is under that broad category of what I'm referring to as social disorder. And so that includes things like open or nuisance burning, those fires that have been lit intentionally or accidentally and got away from folks. That includes things like copper theft, for instance. And so the majority of this list, unfortunately, does fall into that category. There are a few that are undetermined. There are a few that are probably related to inappropriate storage of materials. However, whether it's social disorder or explicitly criminal in nature with some of the arsons that are reported there, the majority of these fires do fall into that category.
Thanks. That was exactly the insight I was hoping to get from this, and the way to dissuade and to reduce arson and theft is really to either look at the penalty side or look at the prevention side. On the prevention side, are we still encouraging CPTED principles?
Your Worship, to Councillor Frizzell, the short answer is yes, we certainly are. We do have staff and police support services that have their CPTED accreditation, and we look to leverage their expertise. I believe there are also processes in other departments where that analysis is looked at for projects.
Thanks, because we have to hit this on both sides. Yes, on the intergovernmental side and trying to get more Crown Council, get more enforcement. But on the other side also, maybe even with the lens, that insurance lens that Councillor Bennett was talking about, get less combustible materials, maybe move the waste bins further away from buildings, have more light on at all times. We've got a problem here, and it's gone down a little in the number of structure fires, but the losses, the value has skyrocketed. Partially that would be inflation, but these are much more expensive losses that are happening year after year. Any explanation for why the value has gone up? Because I know our estimates are probably underestimating what the total cost for replacement would be. So do you have any insight into why the value has gone up so high?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Frizzell, my understanding of that dramatic increase in dollar figure in the year 2025 specifically is driven by those very large commercial fires and multi-residential fires, the apartment buildings, for example, that suffered losses in the last year. Looking out to the folks in the fire uniform make some eye contact, and then that would be our comment. We've had some very significant structural loss that were multi-residential and commercial.
Thank you. Those are my questions for information, and I'll hold for the next section. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to maybe look at the suspected causes, and a number of them are just undetermined, moving back quite a bit. So I guess my first question is just, what is the process for fire investigation, and how long does it typically take to determine a cause, if ever? Or is there just sometimes perhaps no resolution? I just am maybe a little bit more curious on that. And I have a follow-up question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Ramsey, I might look for support from our Deputy Chief, Clayton Sheehan, who's here in the crowd, if it's permissible to yourself, Your Worship, to have him join and assist. I'll start off with a bit of an answer. So we have internal investigation staff as part of the Prince George Fire Rescue Service, and they'd be engaged early on in the response, and the RCMP can speak to how they go about these things when they have an opportunity here shortly. But those internal resources are leveraged early on. We look at probable ignition. We see what staff have discovered during the response to the fire, anything around in terms of camera, witness statements, and so on, and start to put that puzzle together. And so it can be very varied in terms of how long it takes us to get to a conclusion. Some of the challenges are a lot of these fires where there is total loss, the heat, the complete level of destruction. It can be challenging to trace back potential origin, especially where there are no witnesses or film resources, as example. And so that's the case with a few of these that remain undetermined. And maybe I'll pause there and see if there's anything to be added.
That's okay. I think that perhaps helps. I guess my concern is that if, these undisclosed or undetermined, sorry, not undisclosed, if these undetermined reasons are perhaps not necessarily amplified, but we have a report that says, here's all these events where the cause is undetermined. That's concerning, mostly because I think it sends a subliminal message that there's no consequence to an action if it is arson. And so that, to me, is very problematic. And so I guess my question really is around when we do experience a fire, is there the ability to do a sort of communication blast and say, we're looking for, if you've got video, if you've got evidence, if just really highlight attention and eyes on it so that it in a way acts as a deterrent, and that if you are, burning and it results in a fire to a building, that we know that citizens and businesses are watching or have cameras and all of that. And I know there's, identified cameras downtown and businesses can opt in and share data and stuff like that. But I just wonder about the communication of it, of just actively talking about eyes after an event on it might just perhaps raise awareness that there's so much focus on it, and maybe no fires, maybe burning not next to buildings if there are warming fires that are happening. And can the communication of it be a deterrent in that, there's just more likelihood of the cause being determined and action being pursued. So I guess, I don't know, Mr. Depineau, if you want to respond to that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Ramsey, the short answer is again, yes. There are a number of these fires that are on the list, for example, whether it's been the RCMP and then echoed by our communications channels or otherwise. I'm thinking back to the June 2021 and April 2022 fires as example, where there were, I believe, specific calls for community requests for any film resources that might be out there, dash cams, witness statements, those kind of things. And so certainly that type of communication is leveraged when it seems appropriate. Is there opportunity to do more of it going forward? Certainly. I would also just take the opportunity to say if folks are seeing things out in the world, the city and partners around the See Something, Say Something campaign in recent months, and we really are looking for folks to report that activity they're seeing. We lose the ability to action it if we don't know about it, and we don't know about it in a timely manner. And so we can certainly use communication assets to try to bring attention and glean what happened in some of these circumstances, and just encouraging the public to continue a high level of reporting.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think more in that regard is better, just to highlight it, infographics, materials, See Something. I do feel like the more attention that's on it, perhaps the less likely people will be to go towards it. So thanks.
Thank you for all the question. Thank you for the report, Mr. Devenoff. I think based on some of the comment and questions, maybe it's we have a deeper in our mind. We might have some historic event we like a reference to that we not really speak it out. Back in 1970, there were huge amount of fire in New York, South Bronx. And the fire was so many, and eventually they have an event they call South Bronx is on fire. But many years later, they find out there are percentage of those fires due to insurance fire. People which couldn't pay the bills. It's short. I would like to just ask Mr. Devenoff. We don't see that kind of we don't have that kind of a scenario happening around here, or based on the insurance claims or not. We don't have that kind of stuff going around in Prince George, is it?
Apologies, Your Worship. Are you able to restate specifically what challenge you're looking for confirmation on?
People have a difficult to pay the mortgage. People have a very difficult time to. So there's basically the structure was set on fire for insurance purposes. We don't have that kind of scenario going on in Prince George, are we?
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand the question now, but based on what we're seeing through fire investigation, it's not something that's being flagged in my mind here to present to you this evening. That being said, we do investigate these fires. The RCMP and fire investigators are involved in each case, and if there was something of that nature, there would certainly be appropriate follow-up on it.
Thank you. Okay, I would like a motion to receive the report as is presented. Moved by Councilor Polillo, seconded by Councilor Fazil. All in favor, receive the report as it presented. Oppose? Oppose online? Carried. Oh, sorry.
My apologies, Mayor Yu. I thought I had pressed my button and I was confused why you hadn't gone to me, but I hadn't pressed my button. Thanks very much for letting me in, Mayor Yu, and thanks very much for the report, Mr. Depineau. I'll keep it short since we're moving along, but there are two pieces that stand out to me in particular that I want to focus in on. The first being we have received reports in the past on combustible materials in the downtown and general ways that those things could be improved on to reduce the burning. But what we haven't done is we haven't directed that we get a strategy together and then consider the costs and the implementation of that. And I think that's really important. We have data. Staff have done a great amount of work. They've brought reports back. I think including, I want to say 2 years ago, 2024, we had a pretty thorough report on that, but not with that direct strategy built out. So I've got two proposed recommendations. And the second one is speaking towards the report here does say that they plan to engage in downtown patrols, but doesn't specifically say that is happening or committed to. And so I want to solidify that I think council generally supports that. And I want to take that more maybe ambiguous language in the report of we plan to and put the wheels in motion on that, because I think that clear direction is really important. So those are the, I'm going to move the two motions together on the screen.
Second by Councilor Ramsey. I would like to comment from the administration to how difficult, from operation point of view, to get this done and in what time frame. Or is this an ongoing process? Basically, we're doing that anyway. How to work?
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps I'll start and Mr. Depineau can build and fill in any gaps. With respect to the second motion, administration does intend to make those requests, so certainly we are receptive to that direction from council on proposed motion number 2. On motion number 1, administration does have a full workload under consideration currently. This would mean reviewing several reports and consolidating them with consideration for resources that are scarce, but we can do the work. I can't commit without talking to Mr. Depineau on a timeline without consulting with him and his staff, but in general, Your Worship, administration, as you've noted and as noted this evening by Mr. Depineau, has been doing significant work in this area with our external and internal partners, trying to mitigate the fires, and certainly a strategy would be helpful, but perhaps to Mr. Depineau for a timeline and further comments.
If I can jump in quick, intentionally on number one, Mayor Yu, I did not specify a timeline. The intent here is to stress the importance that council has behind identifying solutions, being clear in our direction that we want to take some of the data that we've received and get it amalgamated into one. But I recognize the workload is tight. My hope in the motion is to set that clear direction and that staff will prioritize this as efficiently as possible without trying to tie staff's hands to say, hey, take away everything else that we've told you to do and put this front. That's not the point. This is to make this a priority among others and, you know, not come up with a decision on the spot of when you can turn this around. Go away, talk as a group and prioritize this the best you can. That's the intent. And on the second piece, recognizing that it is in the report as a plan, but this is intended to really give that strong political direction that this is an expectation that we want to see more of. And I think that adds strength when we go to our partners. I mean, we directly direct bylaw and fire, and we give our clear priorities to the RCMP, and I think this strengthens giving that priority to the RCMP when it comes from council. So that's the intent.
Ms. Councilor Sampson, I saw we have a overnight near Christmas, right? Overnight downtown patrol, and then as the program ran down, now we are trying to create an 8-member peace office force, basically mirror the working schedule with RCMP. Is this directive kind of expedite that process? Is your intent? Or is this something completely separate?
I'm not sure if I'm following, Mayor Yu, sorry.
The council has directed the administration to allocate resources. To start with, we will have a dedicated bylaw officer working on the 24/7, same schedule as the RCMP. Because here you said to reestablish joint overnight downtown patrols. Is there any duplication of these two initiatives here? I just want to make clear.
Your Worship, perhaps I can provide some comments. So in 2024, there were 10 evenings of patrol activity, just going back a few years, where fire and bylaw were out and about. The RCMP conducted their work, of course, 24/7, but adjacent to that activity. And then in 2025, it was expanded to be 32 nights. Again, that was synced up. The RCMP had their own downtown enforcement emphasis going on at that time. And fire and bylaw were out in force, and then ever since that, 2025, I want to say it's October off the top of my head, perhaps it's November, fire has continued patrolling. I don't view number 2 as a duplication. Those were two time-limited projects, and there is thought about a third one in this year, 2026, but no formal direction from council to do so at this time.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we did discuss the possibility of have our bylaw officer to train as a peace officers that working inside together with the RCMP, especially around downtown. Exactly, you know, the shift work could be the same time.
Mayor Yu, I don't believe we have discussed that at the council table.
We have not?
I don't
Okay.
recall that, myself, but the direction here is intended to
Yeah,
be.
that's what I mean. I just, in my mind, I thought we discussed that. Just want to clarify. That's not the case. Okay. Councilor Frizzell.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'll split the question into two separate motions. And second, on the first one, sounds like it's a great deal of work for one part of it, the reduction of combustible materials. That's important. Reducing hidden areas and adding more light and cameras would be another direction. Through to administration, do you feel that the focus on combustible materials combined with the amount of work that's attached to this means this can be done in a reasonable amount of time? Or what do you anticipate this looks like for this one section on combustible materials?
Thank you, Your Worship. I invite Mr. Depineau to provide comment on that, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Frizzell, I suppose there's two parts. So one, staff have been engaged on this front, as was your council's Committee on Public Safety. And so there are a handful of different topics that have been discussed over the last number of years, things like crime prevention through environmental design, grant streams that would support businesses to fence in garbage receptacles and so on in their backyards, to look at cameras, to look at lighting. And so if there's interest in revisiting some of the ideas that have been looked at and for one reason or another were not the right fit at that moment in time, if there's interest in revisiting some of those, we could certainly package it up. There's also opportunity to look at some of what our manager bylaw services, Mr. McNeil and Mr. Rappel and others have offered to the public discourse in these reports and otherwise. And so certainly we could package something up fairly quickly of some of the existing ideas out there. One of the challenges is that this does cost money. It does cost time to address. And so there will be, generally speaking, a dollar figure and likely not an insignificant one with many of the recommendations. And so that's just something that we need to keep in mind given where we are in the various cycles.
Okay, thanks. And on the second one, that looks like an easy win. I really like the directions Councillor Sampson came up with quickly and presented in front of us. Thank you for that. I'm not going to support the first one, but the second one, I'm in favor of it. Thank you for bringing both of these forward, Councillor Sampson.
Thank you. Councilor Skaken.
Thank you, Worship. So this is my challenge. These are motions that could have been notices of motion where we could have got heads up, the chamber, the fire department, RCMP, bylaw, everybody could have given us input prior to us making a decision to do this. And then the other thing is we seem to be doing more and more of it, and I think it's backwards, in my opinion, where we're telling administration and suggesting to the fire department or bylaw, we want you to do this and that when they're either doing them or they should be doing them. So that's a bit of a challenge to me. And Mr. Depineau had said, and I can't paraphrase here, but that with one of these motions, I can't recall that you were doing that work anyways. And perhaps part of it is that there isn't enough communication from administration back to council and the community about some of the things that they can publicly say they're doing. But I just find that we're taking over more and more of the role of the administration by directing them to do things which we traditionally haven't. And Councillor Sampson, you had said we directly direct fire and bylaw. And that is more of a change, I think, than than we ever have done. So here we are. We got a huge agenda. We got a couple of things we're going to throw on the agenda now. And administration has already said one of them is going to be time-consuming and going to be, costly to some degree. So I put that out there. I just think, with all due respect to council, things with this kind of magnitude could come to us because 2 weeks from now, we could have had a heads up. We could have, like I said, dug into it, come up with a bunch of questions offline. But here we are, and we got a massive agenda tonight. We're not even probably a third through. So I just put that out there, Your Worship. Good ideas, but I think we're just, we're taking the role of council a little bit too far, in my opinion, by continually directing administration, whether it's this, bylaw, development services, when I think administration should be coming to us and say, we're doing this, will you fund it? This is something we don't think we should be doing, and so on. So I don't want to keep going, Your Worship, because I could go on this one for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Councillor Sampson, can you just tell the rest of the council, when you say re-establish joint overnight downtown patrol, do you feel that we as council, we got to put some additional resources to this, or are we operating within the existing budget? This is the question I have, because when you say overnight, to me that's after 11:30 to 6, 7 in the morning during those hours. I don't believe we have a patrol right now. So do we have a budget for that, or how this work? Yeah, I wanted to make sure that we can actually do this without having to first go through the finance committee to put more resources to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can take a bit of a stab at the financial implications of such a thing. So in the report from the fall of 2025 that you have before you, we used bylaws existing overtime budget to staff some of these patrols, as it was a very clear priority on behalf of the community and what we were seeing out there in the number of instances of open burning. We spent round numbers for those 32 nights, about $20,000 to have 2 folks out there for the hours that we did. We're halfway through the year. We need to be mindful of making sure that overtime budget stretches and gets us throughout 2026. But that is the intent, myself and Manager Bylaw Services, to look at the existing overtime budget to get some folks out the door doing the bylaw patrols. Fire is on a 24-hour shift schedule at this time, and so there's not an additional impact there. It is that wear and tear that was mentioned by Councillor Bennett and others on the individuals as they manage their fire responses and work rest cycles. And then to the RCMP, that's done in collaboration. And so I can't speak to where they're at in terms of staffing and ability to join in joint activity, but that would be done in collaboration through their existing budgets as well. So a bit of a knock on for overtime budgets in some places and otherwise accounted for in shift schedules.
Okay. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor Yu. I think I'm feeling the same as Councillor Frizzell was on the first motion, just because of the amount of work that one requires. The second one, I'm willing to consider. I have a motion myself that I think I'm going to bring forward after, like for E8, with another idea that has been discussed previously at Public Safety. But I think this number 2 looks reasonable, but I do echo Councillor Skaken. I was wondering about this the other day. This seems to be the one area where we have nose in and hands in. Yeah, so I just wonder about that. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I'll vote for number 2, but I don't think I'll vote for number 1. Thanks.
Okay. You want to speak one more time? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Yu. I appreciate the chance to get in. I want to be clear. It's my belief that we have a report in front of us that speaks to issues in our community, and it's council's responsibility, if they see opportunity or direction needed, that we take that. This, to me, does not require a notice of motion or some other process. This is our opportunity to speak about these issues. They both directly relate to the report in front of us, and that's the job. I also think this is not getting in the weeds of administration. This is setting clear direction from council for what we want to see. I'm not saying, they're going to walk around the block 4 times. They're going to carry out their work in pairs. I'm not specifying the operationalizing of this. I'm saying in this motion that we want to see overnight patrols in a joint effort among these 3 organizations, and then that we get some data back from that. That's the role of council. So I stand behind these motions. I think it's appropriate, and I think it's our job to give clear direction to administration so they're not wondering what we want to see. They can deliver on what we want to see. That's critical. On the first piece, I guess we should get some clarity. We have heard some opposing comments. So through to Mr. Depineau, Can you speak a little bit more to just how much work it is going to be to accomplish that? The intent behind this was that we have received previous data and reports on this, and I'm looking for a consolidation of it with a recommendation for how we can address some of these challenges with respect to open burning. And so is this a significant amount of work, and is doing the work costly, or can we get clarity that the costly comment was in relation to what some of the recommendations or suggestions are going to be?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Sampson, I can certainly only speak to the intent behind my own comments, but my understanding would be the cost would be in relation to what recommendations you may pursue after that initial report. If the intent is to receive a consolidation of some of the ideas that have been passed through the various bodies over the last year or two, that seems like it could be completed in fairly short order, but there will more than likely be some recommendations that are pursued thereafter and explored, and so the opportunity for continued work beyond that initial report is likely to be the bigger driver rather than the consolidation, if that makes sense.
Great, thanks very much. I guess my point, Mary, is, you know, there's times where you receive a report and you receive it for information. It's great information, but when we receive a report like this and we sit here and we go, wow, that's pretty significant information, and there's some challenges that we want to address, and we receive it for information, I don't know if that's always good enough. And in this case, I think these are reasonable steps we could take to start to try to address some issues that we're experiencing. They're incremental. There's not a lot of cost to executing it. Why would we not take that next step? Number one speaks to bringing back information that council can make a decision on. That's important. And number two, provides that support and direction from the political level that we want to see this work carried out. And I think it's, as we heard from Mr. Depino, it can be done within our existing budget. So looking forward to it. Thanks.
Okay. Councilor Skaken.
I just want to just touch on one thing and finish this off. Our council procedures bylaws are pretty clear on introducing new items. And all I'm saying is if we do this with a number of issues, important or not, then we will never get through a meeting, Your Worship. So there's a process we have where we can all have input prior to them being put on the floor. Everybody gets notice. It doesn't minimize what the motion is, Your Worship. So all I'm saying is a process, how the meetings are run, and how we direct administration. So that's it. My opinion, Your Worship. So
Yeah, call the question, Your Worship.
I'm gonna respond, Mayor Yu. I want to be absolutely clear. I understand the procedures bylaw of council. I read it thoroughly. I want to go to Mr. Anderson. Is this in line with our procedures bylaw? Because to me, we have a report, and these recommendations are based off of the information in the report.
Appropriate motions are determined by the chair. Typically, if there's subject matter there, you make a motion to it. Notice of motions are typically new subject matter.
This is not based on something new. This is based on the report in front of us. Thanks.
True. No, I'm going to ask one final question. When we there's a, I understand the intent, but when we consider reestablish a joint overnight downtown patrol, for what duration? Is this going to be forever? How many people? These are specifics. If we do not get into the specifics, and then we just say, okay, that's just general direction, provide 2 nights. Yeah, we did provide 2 nights, and then we'll report back to council during that 2 nights. We made during the 2 weeks, 2 months. What is involved here? I'm gonna allow this to vote on the way it is. But having said that, I just say I understand what some Councilor Skaken is coming from. We do need time to absorb the report, and then to discuss perhaps even amongst ourselves what is maybe the best solution in the long term. And this kind of a thing is it might be viewed by the public as it's just a statement from the council as in a very broad sense, which the administration should be doing that anyway. Okay, I'm going to call the question. Is it separate, Councilor Ramsey? Go ahead.
Your Worship, if you don't like the motion, vote against it. If you need more information, table it. We've spent like 20 minutes discussing process and we have a full agenda. So we have the power to do that. And so I think we just need to, if you don't like it, don't vote for it. And if you need more information, vote for more information. So let's move along.
So we have two motion. You have a mover, seconder for the first one?
So Mayor, I'm not familiar with how to table a
Say it again?
motion. To table a motion, do we just declare we table it and then we have a vote, or how does that work?
Thank you, Your Worship. If you wanted to postpone a motion, you make a motion to postpone it and set a date. Then it's not amendable or debatable.
All right. Now that we know. Should we do, yeah, I'll leave.
And Your Worship, for clarity, the motion's been divided, so they've both been moved and seconded, and they just both need to be voted on one after the other.
Okay. Recommendation number one, all in favor? Oppose? Online? So that's obviously deciding. Oppose? Defeated, 5-4. Number
Your
two.
Worship, I need the opposed. Can you have all opposed raise their hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Excellent, thank you.
Sorry, just point of order. Is it possible just because I'm remote, just to know who voted opposed?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You vote for yes, the 5.
I was in favor, yes.
Yeah, so, number 2, all in favor?
No, Tim would like to know who voted opposed.
Oh, Councillor Scott, Skaken, myself, Councillor Fussell, Councillor Klassen.
Thank you. And thank you, Your Worship. It's actually not really more for me, it's more for the public because you can't see the vote, so thank you.
Motion number 2. All in favor? Oppose? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Number E7, RCMP biannual review.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. This report is provided as a vehicle to support the Prince George RCMP Detachment leadership team in providing a biannual update to Council. During agenda creation, it was noted that the RCMP have some feedback about municipal operations within their materials. As such, additional comments are provided in the covering report to ensure both the RCMP leadership team's comments and staff's input are present for those recommendations. With that, I would suggest Council turns to Superintendent Darren Rappel for the formal presentation, and then questions can ensue.
Thank you.
Superintendent, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
So I don't have a lot of fire stuff here, so bear with me. It's just going to be ordinary criminal code stuff. So this is from January of this year to April 30th for 4 months, and it's comparing the data from the exact same period last year to give you a general overview and a bit of a trend as to what it's looking like currently. So person offenses are down slightly in robbery and sex offenses, and there's a slight increase in assaults. But with this data here at this point, there's no discernible trend to this at this point in the year. Similarly, in property offenses, no discernible trend except with the theft of vehicles. A point on that is we do routinely engage a unit from the Lower Mainland called Impact that helps us with theft of vehicles. For our staff here in the detachment, when we find a stolen vehicle, we typically conduct surveillance, wait for the subject to return to the vehicle and make the arrest at that time. That's typically the process we find. As previously discussed in my 2025 year in review, the cause disturbance files center mostly in the downtown core, and the subjects of the complaints are often intoxicated by opioids. Year to date, there's a 41% increase in cause disturbance files citywide and 45% in the downtown core that has lifted this overall number up in the city as a whole. It's worth pointing out that someone intoxicated by alcohol can't be arrested under provincial legislation for being intoxicated in public. There's no provincial legislation for intoxicated by opioids. However, causing a disturbance, fighting, shouting, obscene language, that's an offense, and often people found committing these offenses are intoxicated by drugs. And this is the main driver behind the increase in these files. You'll notice as well, too, missing persons is down from last year. This is largely due to our work with the client group that we're reporting missing people from last year, and they've made the necessary changes for their checks and don't engage police services as quickly as they did last year, which has drove those numbers back down. There's also an increase in other criminal code offenses as well, up about 17%. So looking at person offenses, property offenses, and other files as a whole, it would appear that there's an upward trend over last year, but again, this is 4 months worth of data. But certainly cause disturbance and other criminal code offenses seem to be the driver of this current trend. Total calls for service are slightly up overall at 2%. And the next slides will show you where the increases and decreases are specifically. And again, for the downtown, this is where the 45% change is in cause disturbance. As I mentioned, screaming, fighting, swearing, shouting, impeding others, that'll lead to a cause disturbance investigation and is driving these numbers up. Mischief to property is also up 20% year to date. So that's damaging property, graffiti, interfering with the lawful enjoyment of property, rendering property useless or dangerous. That's the driver we're seeing for these types of files in the downtown core. The downtown trends in suspicious persons and intoxicated in public, again, that's not by, that's by alcohol rather, and it's slightly down. But the overall picture shows calls for service only slightly up. However, the most public-facing criminal code offenses are for cause disturbance and mischief. I include this slide here just to give you a general overview of where police resources are in throughout the city when we're policing the town. So there's 6 zones. Zone 6 was created last November, and that's specifically for the downtown core. It's a subset of what is Zone 1, and the Zone 1, in a general sense, is the Lower Bowl Airport and North Nechako. Zone 2, generally speaking, again, is Foothills, Otway, UNBC. Zone 3 is the Heart. Zone 4, Rural PG, Bear Lake, Dome Creek, south of the airport to Hickson and Clucas, and Blackwater. Zone 5, College Heights, and again, Zone 6, just worth mentioning here that the Downtown Safety Unit and our overtime foot patrols supplement to a significant amount the additional work we do in the Zone 6. And it's worth pointing out that our POP team works in all the other zones at kind of as needed, where needed. And this slide speaks to the resources. So general duty would have 15 constables when fully staffed, and down to as low as 10 before we would call in overtime. So Zone 1 would see between 4 and 6 constables, and then there would be 1 corporal overseeing Zone 1 and Zone 6. Zone 2, between 3 and 5, as well as a corporal that would oversee Zones 2, 3, 4, and 5. Zone 4, which is the rural areas, that's a provincially funded resource, and the backup to that member would be the closest zone, and Zone 6 would have 1 additional constable. We've gone back to zone policing. It works very well. It puts the members in the community. Public can see the patrols. We do get faster response. And the numbers that you see up on the chart are based on calls for service in those areas. That's what helps us decide the number of police officers we're going to put in a particular zone. This is a snapshot from just April. Gives you kind of a sense of what the files load would look like over a 24-hour period, broken into daytime and overnight. So for PG1 zone, for example, during the daytime hours, I have highlighted there 797 files, and then on the overnight, 571. If you look over to the right a little bit, PGD, that's the equivalent to Zone 6. Again, 342 files during days, daytime hours, and 296. So days typically are a little bit busier than evenings, but it's not that big of a disparity. You would find more files during the daytime because there's more public available. There's more opportunity to witness offenses and then make those calls to the police typically. Highlighting some of the work that Downtown Street Unit and GD does in Zone 1 and Zone 6. Something we do on a fairly regular basis is bait programs. So bait vehicles, those are vehicles that are set up in such a way as they can be stolen, but they have equipment inside that will record the theft. We have ability to disable the vehicle to prevent it from driving away. And allows us to make a safe arrest. We do something similar with bikes, parcels, and other items that are targeted by thieves. Just recently here in May, we did a bait project on a suspect who was surveilled stealing a bike. He was arrested, found in possession of a loaded sawed-off .22 and a machete, as well as fentanyl. Drug trafficking by foot and by vehicle. Due to the high number of people in the downtown core that are struggling with addiction issues, the drug dealers are always nearby to exploit these individuals and their vulnerabilities. Traffic interdiction is a key enforcement activity that we do 24/7 in Zone 1 and Zone, well, we do it throughout the city, but particularly in Zone 1 and Zone 6. These photos here are recent stops in Zone 1 and Zone 6. These are fairly regular occurrences, but they're busy areas. On the 21st of May, we had over 18 people in cells. That's a pretty significant number for overnight custodies. Many of these people were arrested to prevent the continuation of some form of criminal offense. Not all of those would result in charges. May 22nd, use fighting on Connaught Hill, assault with weapons. All of these individuals were intoxicated. The 23rd, the next day, a stabbing behind the needle exchange, superficial injuries, victims were uncooperative. 26th, trafficking, found in possession of a homemade zip gun with a loaded round in the chamber. And then on the 28th, report of a male around the Connective Support Society concealing a firearm. We entered that building on exigent circumstances to find a 12-gauge shotgun in the bed. So it's a very busy area, and this is what keeps us engaged throughout most of the day and into the evenings, certainly. Break-in enters, there's no significant change in reports to break-in enters, a slight decrease year to date. However, when they do occur, video surveillance remains a key factor in identifying suspects. I highlight a recent one here on the 18th to a break-in enter on 7th. Again, this was captured on CCTV. Entry was gained by smashing the front window. The video was of good quality, and that led to the arrest of that individual. So it's to highlight here yet again that public witnesses and video surveillance are key to arrests and successful prosecutions. A little bit about the arson concerns, certainly, and the recreational fire. So arson is lighting a fire with the intent to destroy property. Intent is always a difficult issue, how to prove intent, what that individual was intending on doing when they lit the fire, and it can be difficult to prove. We also see arsons, and it's been mentioned here tonight, about theft, copper theft, or other vandalism that results in a subsequent fire. And I know two of the major fires here in the recent years have been directly related to copper theft. I note here recreational fires, they're not warming fires, and I find that this normalizes fire behaviors, and these innocent fires ultimately do lead to property damage. And normalizing this fire behavior ultimately then leads to arson at some form or another. Prince George is not the only place in the province that's seeing issues. We're seeing that here in the north through other communities. But we also notice too that we have in common with other communities is that these fires occur regularly in encampments, low barrier housing, and anywhere homeless persons congregate. These are fires, these are just reported to police, not to bylaws or not fire, although they may very well have attended. These are just stats reported to us. Black are fires for last year, and the reds are for so far this year. This is in our Zone 6 area. When we're trending to be ahead of fires that over what we had last year. So in regard to social disorder issues, bylaw infractions, overnight sheltering and the instruction of sidewalks is a significant driver of the social disorder issues we see in the downtown core. Many of these people sheltering overnight are the same people that are making these recreational fires. Another subset are responsible for the criminal activities such as arson, theft, and mischief. And additionally, due to their addiction issues, drug dealers go down to the area and increase the numbers to essentially provide that service to their clients, to deal the drugs where their client base is. This group also frequently are involved in assault with weapons, cause disturbance, and they're typically uncooperative with the police. To that last point, there is a certain level of tolerance, acceptance, or maybe even a consent to a certain amount of violence. These victims are frequently uncooperative, but it's more akin to not wanting to be seen as ratting out an individual versus trust issues with the police. The concern there certainly is that there's victims of violent crimes and they're choosing not to say anything. So from a public safety perspective, that means we as the police will continue to engage with these individuals because ultimately there's nobody willing to be a witness or a victim willing to provide a statement so we can forward a charge and remedy that concern. This slide just highlights some of the concerns we see around public property versus private property. Certainly bylaws has the authority to engage on the public areas. Private areas become a little bit more problematic if the owner of the property wants somebody removed, and we can speak with them and assist in that. But if they're not interested in that and permitting that kind of overnight camping on their property, then the situation becomes a little bit more difficult for the police to enforce anything that's going on in that area. So if they're permitting camping on their property, it will ultimately increase the number of additional social disorders that we see at that property and the surrounding property. I do want to point out that there is some social service agencies that are actively working against police enforcement. Drug users are being provided with 2 to 3 foot lengths of hose to run up their sleeves so they can keep the pipe in their hand and put the hose to their mouth, thereby preventing the public and police from seeing the illegal consumptions of drugs in public. So this also might align with the significant increase in calls for service to BC Ambulance, who attended 159 calls for service on May 29th. 96 of those were overdoses, and the vast majority of them were in Zone 6. During that same period of time, the RCMP responded to 301 calls for service. And that I understand too that of the 96 overdose calls, BG Fire attended 70 of those. So that's a significant draw on resources. A great deal of effort by 3 agencies in dealing with the opioid crisis that is still a significant challenge for Prince George and for these unfortunate individuals. Since April of this year, the Downtown Safety Unit has been meeting with bylaws in the mornings to remove overnight shelters and clear up the sidewalk obstructions. Bylaws, I know, also does work with BC Housing and AWAC outreach workers to help those persons in need of a shelter or other services. They've reported to us that they've seen an increase in belligerence, and we've seen that as well in our work alongside bylaws. We have made arrests where bylaws has been obstructed, or we ourselves have been obstructed when trying to force the bylaws. And we continue to meet with bylaws each morning to remove campers and obstructions. It's worth noting here that we are having success enforcing these bylaws issues, but what this is also doing is dispersing some of these issues outside the downtown core. So it's pushing it outside of Zone 6. I see a need to have bylaws doing this work alongside us 24/7, and preferably it would be matching an RCMP rotation. It's been highlighted here in the previous report by Mr. Depino that it was modeled last year in November and it was successful. And certainly in regard to recreational fire abatement, we have noticed too that when bylaws goes off shift that people take advantage of that situation, put up overnight shelters, and then we're back at it again at 7 a.m. bringing them back down. So I do want to highlight as well that I believe body-worn cameras should be a consideration for bylaws. They're an effective tool. It's an impartial observer to the interaction between bylaws and the client. It captures high-quality evidence. It de-escalates behavior, diffuses conflicts, and reduces complaints. And I had read a report that it reduced 26% decline in violent incidents against parking enforcement officers. And I believe we would see similar results. I can add anecdotally as well that the body-worn cameras for the RCMP has been a good program. It does produce good evidence. And a point worth considering here is when bylaws would engage with an individual, they would turn on their body-worn cameras, record that incident, and then it would be just captured in a database, never to be used again. However, there's incidents where something occurs hours later. That's certainly the case for the RCMP. You look at that video to identify a suspect that you had engaged with 2 or 3 or 5 hours earlier in that evening. That video is of fantastic quality, 4K video. You can look at that individual. That helps you later on use that video footage captured during that interaction can be used later on in helping identify a subject that committed a criminal act some hours later. So we've seen that personally with the RCMP and used it to great effect. And I would see likely similar use through bylaw engagements. That concludes my report, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so very much, Superintendent. Couple questions. One is based on the data that you presented, not compared to ourselves, based on the population, do we do some comparison with the other municipality? Are we off the chart? Are we below the average? How are we doing compared with, on the average based on the population size we have?
Not in this report, but through some other metrics I've reviewed, I think we're actually in better shape than some other areas. We've had really good success around some of our shoplifting boost and bust programs. I've spoken about them in past years. I believe in the North District, we're down overall district-wide 4%, whereas down in Southeast District, Island District, they're up double digits. So we are making headways in some pretty significant areas. As to the fire issues, anecdotally, it's up everywhere, but I couldn't say on a scale whether we're particularly higher or less so than a comparator.
So my second question is, there is, as you stated, there is a real need to have bylaw doing this, their work at 24/7 to match the RCMP watch rotation on same model that we tried in November last year. So you were here when we, during the discussion, and we had just a motion passed to increase the patrol. Would you prefer to see, something very similar to last year's November's model, even during the summer area? No, because right now we're entering the summer season. Or do you think that particular program works better during the, during the November, or you think it should be 23, overall every month we do the same thing?
Well, based on the results that we've seen in November and the effect that bylaws had in interdicting recreational fires, and the work we're currently working with bylaws in trying to enforce some of the bylaws around streets and occupying sidewalks, and what I think that this program should continue now. I don't know what the particular end date would be. Certainly, I think there's plenty of work ahead of us, but I think having more eyes on the road alongside RCMP would be helpful. Again, and I highlighted in this report that we're still very busy in the rest of the city with our other interdictions, so I can't take more from our other zones and bring them into downtown, into Zone 1 and Zone 6. So help from bylaws would certainly be welcome.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was so wish that the last motion increase some aspect of this RCMP's recommendation. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Sergeant Rappel, for this report. Sitting here on council, we've done a lot of work. I know, like we've worked so hard on getting more housing, and we managed to get that. And every time we did any of these things, we're sort of going, okay, things should get better. But here we are; they're not super great. And I know, like, we know all the limits that we face because of we don't have enough Crown prosecutors, and even if people are getting charged, things aren't really progressing, and so we can't. I think relying on that is probably something that is going to be disappointed in the short term. So, Ms. Kellett, if you could bring up my motion with the change that I had put in it, because I do have a motion. And my fellow councillors, if you feel that this is too much on the fly, you're welcome to put a motion forward to table it. I feel comfortable presenting it because it has been discussed at something very similar has been discussed at Public Safety Committee. And so I'll put this forward, and I think Councillor Bennett was perhaps willing to second.
Councillor Bennett?
Yeah, I can second to get it on the floor and open the discussion.
So I'll read it. That council directs administration to develop a business case and implementation plan for a recovery and wellness center as a centralized and client-centered hub for addictions treatment, mental health support, recovery coaching, and housing navigation. Work with Service BC, Service Canada, Northern Health, BC Housing, the province, and local nonprofits to design, fund, and operate the centre, including possible integration with the existing sobering centre. And 3, report back to council within 90 days with cost estimates, funding options, governance model, and recommended next steps. And be it further resolved that staff may submit funding applications to senior governments in support of this initiative. So like I said, if council feels that this is something they want to spend more time on, I'm happy to have it tabled and come back next meeting.
May I have the privilege just to ask Tim this specific question? Tim, based on your reading this motion, since you seconded, do you believe this is something that you have something similar in some way that you've witnessed in Edmonton, those navigation center, something similar in the nature?
Yeah, thank you very much, Worship. And as council knows, I had an opportunity along with yourself and a few others to visit a navigation center in Edmonton when we were there for FCM. I would also highlight that, and I can't take credit for this because Council Ramsey is the one who pointed it out to me in Edmonton, that council has discussed navigation centers as far back as 2021 as part of the poverty reduction work. So this is not a new concept that has been discussed at the council table, but I believe this would align with some of what we had the opportunity to witness when we were in Edmonton last week.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded as we present it in front of us. Councilor Ramsey, would you like to speak to the motion or to the report?
Your Worship, I would like to ask questions of the superintendent. So I would like to think about this for a hot minute, and I would just recommend that this get tabled until the next council meeting.
So moved.
So we go straight to the vote is what Councillor Frizzell said.
Yeah, Your Worship, I need a seconder, I think.
Yeah, Councillor Polillo.
Excellent.
Okay.
Oh, okay. And then, so it's not amendable or debatable, you just go straight to the vote.
Okay, I'm just go straight to the vote on the motion on the, all in favor of the motion as we see it, moved by
No, it's to
Councilor,
table it to the next meeting.
to table it. I like to deal with it right now. You know, we deal with everything else.
Your Worship, it's not debatable, so it's straight to the votes, and
Okay.
it's to the next meeting.
All in favor of table this to next meeting? Oppose? Oppose online? Carried. So it's a table. Thank you. So I would like to have a motion to receive the RCMP's report.
Your Worship, I'm still in the queue to ask
You see,
questions.
okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent, for being here this evening. I just have a couple of questions. They are a little bit pointed, so hopefully you'll forgive me, but I just want to ask about the overtime hours for the downtown safety unit and how those function, and that when that was approved last term, my understanding that they were specifically to fund overtime in the downtown safety unit. So if there's only one member in the downtown safety unit, are those hours unspent, or is the overtime still approved but utilized in other areas of town?
So that member's been taken, that's a specific addition, so we've moved a body to downtown zone 6. So that's not an overtime body, that's a permanent position of a reallocation of resources. As for overtime, their downtown safety unit are foot patrols. That's 2 members per day for an 8-hour shift every day. That money for that overtime is funded from site. Last year, I think we spent around $350,000 that was funded by the province. This year, we were successful in a grant application for $550,000. And that'll fund all of our downtown foot patrols, as well as some of our other initiatives, along with POP and our Boost and Bust and other stuff. So that's where that money's coming from.
So if the downtown foot patrol, the 8-hour shift doesn't occur, then the overtime is unspent? That's essentially what, if they go to another area of town?
They're downtown.
They're only downtown?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. And then I guess just for the provincial member that's patrolling in, I think it was zone 4?
The rural zone, yeah.
Rural zone. Do you have statistics that you can share with us on how many members accompany that member outside of city limits, when that occurs, how often? I just am trying to have a better understanding on how many members are outside the municipal boundary. Last term when I did a ride along, there was a missing person in Myworth, and there were 5 members in Myworth looking for them, and like very few officers patrolling in town and a lot of crime going on. So how often is that occurring is what I would like to know, and how are we being reimbursed as a municipality for that? Because we are responsible for policing inside our boundary, and that rural zone 4 is being paid for by the province. So are we getting reimbursed for that?
Yes.
Okay.
So I do submit those costs. We do look. Typically, you'll see more of a city-funded member assisting in the wintertime. Typically, that'll be for a motor vehicle accident on one of the highways where we would bring in additional resources. So that data is specifically tracked. We know when the member leaves and arrives on scene, and when leaves the scene, we track that money and we bill it back.
Okay, and I guess the statistics would just help understand, like, if it's happening a significant amount of time, should we be doing advocacy to the province to increase the provincial policing member in the rural zone to more than just one person? So
I think you should. We haven't had an increase on the provincial side for a very long time.
So if we can get that data, that would be really helpful. And then my last question, because I know there's a few behind me that want to ask as well, is on auxiliary. And I guess I'm struggling with the request or the suggestion that, we increase bylaw 24/7 or increase the number of bylaw officers when auxiliary is an available program. And every peer municipality of ours, I went and looked at it, City of Chilliwack, City of Kelowna, Township of Langley, City of Kamloops, District of North Vancouver, City of Nanaimo, City of Coquitlam, all of them have implemented auxiliary. And so I guess what makes Prince George different and why haven't we implemented it? I've brought this up several times, and I struggle when there's the request to, hire more bylaw officers to help offset policing when auxiliary has a funding stream from the province to help fund some training, some uniforms. It recruits volunteers. It would reduce costs for the municipality. So why are we so different and not utilizing this program?
So I've mentioned in the past, we have the citizens on patrol that do that work that the auxiliaries do, and it's more efficient the way we run it. To have a auxiliary program here would require me to dedicate a member to be essentially tied at the hip of that individual, so that takes me down one full resource for that auxiliary person. Auxiliaries currently in the province are Tier 3, so I would never put them on the kind of duties that I think we're contemplating here. Certainly the duties of bylaw does. That's not what we would do with Tier 3 auxiliary policing. They're meant to go to school zones and talks and simple programs like that. They're not enforcement. They won't have that skills or ability, and I wouldn't put them in that situation. Our COP program effectively does Tier 3 policing. They do great work for us. They do it without having to be encumbered by a police officer, and they've been doing it for years. If I was to start at Tier 3, I'd be splitting those programs. I would probably see the COP program melt away because of that. Some would go over, others wouldn't. Probably end up with a hodgepodge of 2 programs, neither of which would be effective.
I guess I just don't necessarily fully agree. I think if there's resources to put into it, then like all of our peer municipalities have determined that it is worthwhile. And I just am really struggling with why we're going a different route. And I understand like the citizens on patrol, but to have additional bodies in uniforms, whether they're police or auxiliary, visually sends a message to our community, like they see them, it enhances public safety and sentiments around public safety. So I am really struggling with that decision, frankly, but I will stop beating that dead horse. Maybe my colleagues would like to pick it up though, so thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Your Worship. Superintendent, thank you for the report. Can I ask again, downtown safety? So we have one dedicated member currently?
We've moved one person into Zone 6, so that before it used to be Zone 1, so they were responsible for that wider area, the bowl, but we've tightened up and made Zone 6. So Victoria, Lower Patricia, First Ave, and then just on the other side of Connaught Hill to capture this specific area. So that individual, there will be one per watch, is attached to this area. So they'll be there accessible to bylaws 24/7. So before they could be outside of that area, be policing a bigger area, we've simply just tightened that up. As for the downtown safety unit specifically, those are dedicated members that work in the downtown area and do all kinds of the things that I'd mentioned here, the BAIT program, a lot of drug interdiction. On top of that, we have downtown safety unit foot patrols, which are funded by the site program.
Okay. So forgive me if I'm misunderstanding this. Are we not supposed to have 4 members to downtown safety?
There are supposed to be 4 members. We're not fully staffed on that 4-member, but the additional one, the Zone 6 person, is an additional add to that. That's essentially, we've collapsed that person from Zone 1 into Zone 6. So that's an increase we did in November. We've continued on with that. On top of that, that's a GD resource that does the downtown. So maybe I'm just misframing it, but that's a GD resource that's now here available that does downtown work on a 24/7 basis. The downtown safety unit funded at 4, not fully staffed, but is supplemented through the overtime shifts.
Okay, so what are we doing to address that staffing challenge, other than what you mentioned? Is the intention to fully staff it to 4?
Yes.
Or, okay, but we only have 1 currently?
No, we've got 2 downtown safety unit members, 2 vacancies, 1 GD person that's in Zone 6, and then we run the 2 shifts every day, 7 days a week, 7-hour shifts that are fully staffed with overtime members.
Okay, I think that gives me a little more clarity. Body-worn cameras. I think I know the costs, because, well, ultimately we pay for it, but per member, what is the cost for body-worn cameras for you?
Approximately $3,000. I suspect that they would be less for bylaws, and maybe significantly so, because part of that $3,000 includes transcription services and a bunch of other services that are necessary for the work that we do, but a lot of that wouldn't be necessary. You're not going to be transcribing statements and things of that nature on a routine basis for bylaws, whereas that's typically a significant portion of what we do.
Okay, yeah, and that was my follow-up question is the resources needed to store that data. I know you have added some resources to deal with that data, but before that, approximately how much time were members spending processing that data?
I think maybe an hour, hour and a half in a shift, I believe, out of 12 hours.
Out of a watch shift?
Out of a 12-hour shift.
12-hour shift? Okay. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Polo. Councilor Skaken.
Well, thank you, Superintendent, to you and all your staff. So maybe I'm getting a little tired, I think I am, but so you have 2 members downtown, that's 8 hours a day, and that's paid, and now are they 8 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Yep.
Okay, and then the 1 member, so overnight from the other 16 hours a day, how many members do we have downtown?
1 full-time, and then there would be the overlap from Zone 1.
Oh, 1 full-time, that has to be such a challenge for that 1 member, and I don't know how we can, work with you to change that, because downtown needs more than that, in my opinion. In your report, you talked about the minimum 10 members that you have to staff a shift, and the maximum's 15. So if 10 out of 15 is, we're down 33% roughly if you're only running with 10. Are we billed for 15? No matter if there's 15 per shift, just high level?
Yeah, no, you're billed at the end of the month for the number of resources that are engaged during that month. So if we're short on a shift like that, if it's a permanent, somebody's away on family leave or something like that, then that would come through on the billing at the end of the month. So no, it would be accurate.
Okay, and do you ever go below the minimum of 10?
Generally not.
Generally not, so.
It's overtime.
So, but you have though, is that safe to say that you have, but?
We call in overtime and we're generally successful in getting somebody to come in below, if we hit below minimums.
Yeah, and hopefully someone comes in on overtime for that. So that's you know, with all the challenges we have, Your Worship, I mean, and I know I'm literally preaching to the choir, but to have that many members down per shift, you know, on occasion or whatever it is, I think it's such a challenge. So perhaps, you know, we'll look at more things during the budget, but I sure think as far as a priority goes with all that's going on downtown, that if there can be any more resources downtown, because one member trying to cover such a large footprint in the downtown has got to be, it's got to be overwhelming. My understanding is that that place that had a fire a couple weeks ago was broke into the other night on 4th Avenue. I mean, there's so many things going on, Your Worship, and I know you, your members are taxed, and you know there's issues with the courts and that, but I honestly think we need more members downtown. And I guess just the last question, and back to this 15 full-time members, would you call in extra members when on occasion when you're just at 10, or is that just you're down to 10? You ride it out till people come back, or is there actually people that will come in to try and get you back to 15 to cover?
So that's just our GD resources. We would have other resources on in town. So the POP team might be working.
Yep.
We might have overtime shifts doing other things. Our street crew unit, 5, 6, 7 guys could be working out there as well. So if we run into a situation where it's maybe an all hands on deck type situation, there would probably be 6 to 8 additional resources working in their own particular functions, not in general duty, that would come on board and do routinely to back up in situations like that.
Great, and just the last question, since Lower Patricia's closed and it's kind of spread things out, is that more of a concern for you to try and, you know, stay on top of some of those issues that are going on downtown?
I believe so, yeah. In the letter I shared with mayor and council, that's a concern that I saw, that in the summertime we seen when Lower Patricia was active, particularly during the summer, there was a significant influx into that area. With it successfully closing that area, those people they still have their friends in town, they still come, they still meet. It's just not down there. It's basically everywhere else.
Okay, thanks. That's all, Your Worship. And obviously administration is, you know, knows, you know, more details than we do, but appreciate the work you do. I just think we need to get more members downtown on a 24/7 basis. Thank you.
Thank you. To follow up to Councilor Skaken's question, we do have the, you know, 7 to overnight area designate. Do you have any insight, you know, from policing point of view, why nobody using it or actively to, you know, have more people using the designated site?
I don't know. So we've received the maps from the city. We've shared it with our members. They know where to tell people to go camp. There's a designated area. They just simply don't use it.
Okay. Councilor Frizzell.
Thank you, Mayor. Mrs. Kellett, could you pull up slide number 8, the downtown statistics? Thank you, Superintendent, for the presentation. Just wanted to look at the overall statistics here. In the first couple of slides, you look at property offenses and person offenses. And then in this one, it looks more general. Can you explain where in this roll-up we'd see person and property offenses? So assaults, for instance, would those show up in this? How does that translate over into this top 9 offenses sheet?
Not in there. It's not in the top 9.
So no assaults in the top 9 offenses in downtown?
Not in the numbers that would be driving these stats.
And no arsons in the top 9 offenses in downtown? What, we do see 911 abandoned calls in there?
Yep.
You did a great overview of the increase in cause disturbance. I'm interested in the MHA line, the 4949. Can you explain what that means?
Those are mental health calls for service. That's something that would be attended to by our CAR 60 program. So they're on par with last year at this point in time.
Excellent. And the next one, the intoxicated and consume in public place, it's gone down.
Yeah, again, that statistic is around alcohol, which is out of favor.
Yes, okay. Thanks for explaining that. So January of 2026 would have been when the exemption period wore off and the decriminalization had ended. Did that have an impact on statistics? Would the blue bar to the green bar, the change from 25 to 26, did we see any impact on decriminalization here?
I believe in my 25-year in review, I did go over that. There was a significant increase in drug interdiction files and arrests when drugs were recriminalized, certainly.
Thanks. The reason I'm asking is that we have an expectation that there'll be some care facility put in place in Prince George by the provincial government in the future. We had Councillor Clausen's motion that we'll be considering at the next. In your opinion, is that an essential piece, having a care facility for mental health and addictions here in Prince George, and will that lead to a decrease in statistics next year if it gets put in, or the year after this gets put into place?
I'd have to wait and see the number of beds and the availability there, given the volume of issues we have there. It'll serve as other areas outside of just Prince George City, so I don't know how many other individuals from other areas will attend that facility, or their turnover rate. So there's a lot of unanswered questions as to what exactly the services will be provided and the overall impact. Any impact is going to be helpful, certainly. The individuals that we see that are addicted to opioids are in need of a service like that, and it's fantastic to have it here and that close and hopefully accessible. But as whether it's going to make an impact that I could report on in 6 months from now or a year, I'm not sure.
Among peer municipalities, what kind of initiatives have led to decreases?
Decreases in mental health calls, or which calls specifically?
Well, I'd love it across the board, but in the mental health and addictions calls, really what we're trying to get at is the criminal behavior, though, the arson, theft, et cetera. But have you seen initiatives in 2025, 2026 that we could replicate here? We've talked about increasing police presence. We've talked about mental health and addictions facilities. Have you seen evidence-based solutions that we could look at here?
No, I think maybe some of the programs that we're discussing here and maybe attempted or have attempted in the past is probably leading some of our peers up here in the north. We are the biggest city, we're the hub of the north, and we have the opportunity with as the numbers we have for police officers, although sometimes we struggle with staffing issues. We have enough programs in place to do certain things that have moved the bar in certain areas. More needs to be done. This issue has been 10 years in the making, if not more, and I'm afraid we're going to be with it for some time yet. And I don't have all the answers as to how we're going to solve this. We're certainly not going to arrest our way out of it. So some of this might even seem like a Band-Aid approach, and perhaps it is. But beyond being out there constantly on foot patrol amongst individuals that are committing offenses and lighting fires, I don't necessarily see an alternative at this point. If you're not down there, the minute you turn the corner, something happens. It's one of those situations where you almost necessarily need to be right there on a pretty constant basis to prevent that kind of behavior. I know we've had success with the cameras. We've seen where they've been deployed have been successful prosecutions, but it doesn't drive the numbers down. It increases our success in convictions, but the numbers are still there.
Yeah, well, we just came back from Edmonton where we were among more than 1,000 peer municipalities from all across Canada, and we didn't see a solution from the governance side either, but we will keep looking for ways to make this better. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. Councilor Sanchez.
Thanks, Mayor Yu, and thanks very much, Superintendent, and really big thanks to the members. So please pass on appreciation to all the members that are serving our community. I do want to be absolutely clear that if there's criticism in my comments at all, it's not directed at the frontline officers. They're doing the best they can to work with a lot of challenges that our community and most communities are facing every day, and I think that's important that we recognize that. Public safety is consistently one of the top issues that I hear about. I think that would probably be echoed by everybody around the table. We invest approximately $38 million into policing, and I think it's critical that council, administration, RCMP leadership work together, are aligned, and are moving in the same direction, are aligning our priorities the best we can. What concerns me, I guess, is some of the staffing levels, and I'm looking to get maybe some clarification on that. If downtown safety, public safety is one of council's highest priorities, I want to be really clear. I don't want any ambiguity on it. What are the current staffing resources there? What is currently happening in the downtown safety unit? Where is the unit supposed to be at, and what do we currently have for staffing resources?
Should be at 4, it's at 50%. So we're down 2 DSU bodies. We have 1 general duty body dedicated to Zone 6, which is essentially the downtown area.
Okay, and how do we prioritize that more? If downtown safety, public safety is one of council's highest priorities, how do we say that we want this to be staffed to 100%? Being down 50%, in my opinion, is not serving the needs of the folks who are vulnerable in the downtown. It's not serving the businesses in the downtown. It's not serving the public at large who want to experience the downtown. So what can we do to say, this is our expectation and we're going to see it filled?
So we run a vacancy of roughly 15% at any given time. Some of that vacancy is due to injuries or family leave. Then there's hard vacancies. So we have members that are leaving the detachment and we're trying to bring in new members. So that vacancy pattern is fairly consistent. We are slightly above that mark now, running maybe roughly 18% vacancy. So when I look at the vacancy patterns, the first place that we fill is typically general duties. So that's the wheels on the bus, and that's what we need to keep police operations going. So that's not just downtown, that's all of Prince George. So our other services like DSU and our serious crime section, sex crimes, those sections will often run a slightly higher vacancy pattern, and that would include the downtown safety unit, simply because I need to put the manpower into general duty to ensure that they can attend calls for service, whether it's in the BCR or the Heart or rural or somewhere else in Zone 1. Zone 6 is the most heavily policed zone in the town. With the overtime resources we throw at it, and the dedicated units, it's by far and away, especially look at the footprint of how big the downtown zone is, Zone 6, considering how huge Prince George is, the overwhelming amount of police resources are still dedicated to the downtown zone, despite the fact that we're down 2 members in DSU. There's one person out at nighttime.
Point of order, move to extend to 11.
Second.
All in favor? Oppose? Opposed, online, carry.
At any given time, there's just one person that's in charge of the entire rural area of Prince George.
Okay, I guess I'll give an example, real life example. Recently, 2 days in a row, I came across, and I want to stress and not be misconstrued that I don't see the importance of traffic enforcement and safety on our streets. I absolutely do. But hearing we're at 50% for our downtown safety unit and seeing 2 days in a row seatbelt checks at the same location, I'm lucky I wear my seatbelt every day, and I went through with ease. But I guess that's frustrating.
Might have been Highway Patrol and not my units.
It was a Prince George officer.
Okay.
And so seeing that and recognizing that we have a priority and challenges in our downtown, and we're 50% staffed, and yet we have 2 days of an officer's time and resources being allocated to seatbelt checks, again, important, but in the priority of importance, I don't rank them the same at right now. And that's challenging to see. And so I would really like to see greater priority be placed on staffing up our priorities. And if that needs to be, a greater discussion amongst our city and the RCMP, that can happen. But this is our single largest line item in our budget. And I do think that when we place priority, and we don't really give a lot of priorities, when we place most of our priority behind one thing, it's frustrating to see it consistently understaffed. That's not satisfactory in my view. Another question, well, I guess the other one's kind of been asked. Last one is, administration has indicated that there have been ongoing requests for more consistent joint patrols and collaboration. What barriers are preventing that from being realized?
Joint patrols with bylaws?
Yeah.
Yeah, we started in in April. Every morning we're meeting with them.
Every morning?
Yeah.
Okay. Through to Mr. Depineau, from administration's perspective, are the current levels of collaboration and strategic alignment between the city and RCMP meeting the expectations that have been directed by council, would you say?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Sampson, I think we're always looking to improve on that relationship. I think daily maybe a bit general. To be fair, I mean, we are looking 122 members, give or take staffing, 22% vacancy rate, give or take, and so I don't know that it's a daily occurrence. Certainly that's not the feedback from our team. I think the daily check-in, a touch point, we're both in the same vicinity, vice joint work and deployment might be how I would characterize it.
Great, thanks. I got a couple more, but I'll ask just one. Mr. Depineau, are the challenges that we're seeing downtown primarily a bylaw resourcing issue, or are they a broader policing and other resource issue?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Sampson, I think social disorder is a wicked problem. It's one of these pieces that's multifaceted. It has many aspects to it, some criminal, some by law enforcement, many housing addiction and other social woes. I think we'd be most effective jointly addressing them wherever we can, and so I think we'd be hard pressed to identify where the majority of those are. The RCMP certainly are empowered to enforce local bylaw, and in most municipalities they take the lead when bylaw enforcement staff are not on shift. We're blessed to be tied for number 2 in the province for the longest operating hours of our bylaw team, and if we can continue to push jointly on the matter, we will have better success.
Great, thanks. I mean, lots has been said. I won't reiterate some of the comments around the stats and whatnot. I do see that we have made improvements in some areas. I think there's room that we can improve further. I think my last thoughts would be, I guess I have frustration when we put a lot of resources, again, our single largest line item in our budget, and we add resources every year. With the exception of this past budget, we took a break because we're not being staffed at the levels that we're funding. But we've been adding resources every single year on a multi-year plan. And where I get frustrated is the RCMP are not fulfilling the staffing mandate that we give, yet we're hearing and we're being told that we need to do more to staff up our bylaws and other resources and how to operationalize those bylaws. And I guess, to be really frank, that doesn't cut it for me. We are giving an astronomical amount of money and resource to the contract, and I have high expectations on what we're going to get back out of it. And the members are doing the best they can, but we need absolute strength in the expectations of how we're going to get the staffing resources from Ottawa and how we're going to operationalize them to meet our priorities. And the solution isn't to come and tell us we need more bylaws. I think the solution is to go back to your boss and let them know that you need more staffing. We're funding it, but we're not getting it, and that's frustrating. So I would like to see more of that end of things, prioritizing how you guys are going to staff to the levels that we're funding, not prioritizing telling us what we need to do on the bylaw side. And I mean that respectfully, but I'm frustrated. We're funding positions that are not being fulfilled, and that doesn't cut it. So thanks very much. Appreciate it.
I need a motion to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Ramsey, second by Councillor Polillo. All in favor?
No.
Oh, Councillor, sorry. Not vote yet. Councillor Bennett would like to speak.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll keep it quick because I know we have a long agenda and it's already, I think, going on 10 there. Superintendent, I would echo, I think, most of the comments that made by my colleagues. I appreciate the recommendation you made regarding body-worn cameras for bylaw, and appreciate the comments around the fact that they may be able to come at a significantly discounted cost to the city. So I guess through Mr. Depineau, has there been any conversation from the bylaw team regarding the needs from bylaw regarding body-worn cameras? Is that something we could anticipate as a budget enhancement coming forward? And then if so, what other costs are going to be needing to be borne by the city if we were to implement body-worn cameras for our bylaw officers?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Bennett, I suppose in two parts. Some of the additional costs that we might look at could be just those knock-on effects through Mr. Anderson's shop in terms of the privacy pieces, whether that's the storage, transcription, use, destruction of those soft assets, whatever they might be, the docking stations, those kind of pieces, the training, et cetera, is just some high-level general considerations. In terms of will you see this as a staffing enhancement, this is not something being proposed by administration. We do see two other municipalities in the province of British Columbia that have implemented this in some limited use. And while we recognize there is certainly value in the tool, as highlighted, this is not something that's on administration's radar or likely to come from staff at this time.
Excellent, thank you very much. The other question that through to the superintendent, you spoke about the on average about a 15% vacancy rate. I know that we have the provincial government has now a few months ago announced a new specialized team for Northern BC, which then may of course end up recruiting some of your local members. I guess I'm just wondering, how are the recruitment efforts going, and have you seen, again, as now the hopefully we'll be able to have a fully staffed, specialized Northern Task Force in the coming months. Is that going to have a significant impact on your members and therefore increasing the vacancy rate we're seeing here in Prince George?
So there will likely be interest in going over to that unit. That would include members from the Prince George detachment. It will be a no-cost transfer. You get to keep your home and look to do something perhaps a little different. It's not unusual for members to look to make a move every 3 to 5 years. So whether it be CFSU, this new unit that's coming to town, or some other unit. There are draws that'll take them away. I don't think our recruiting issues are more challenging than just this one particular unit, so I don't anticipate that it would make a significant impact.
Excellent, thank you. I think, as I said, I probably have more questions, but again, we're getting late, so I appreciate all of the answers this evening, Superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Bennett. I'm going to call the motion to receive the report as is presented. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carried. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you. Item 1, that's Mayor Hughes. Straightforward.
Sorry, Your Worship, it's actually E8 now. It's the Economic Development Strategy.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Man, oh man, we got lost. EA, Ms. Wozniak, would you like to introduce the report, the Economic Development presentation?
Thank you, Mayor Yu. Declan Corstania, Manager of Economic Development, is in attendance this evening to present this item along with 2 of the members of the consulting team from Deloitte.
Thank you.
I'll allow Mr. Corstania to introduce the team.
Thank you very much for joining us, and I know it's kind of late, but thank you. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Paul. Floor is yours, Mr.
Good
Declan.
evening. Thanks, everyone. I have on the line, I can't see them, but I think they're there. Oh, yeah, they're there. Paul Blay and Chris Knock from Deloitte. Paul is their Managing Director of the Economic Impact and Strategy practice, and Chris is a Senior Consultant with their Economic Advisory. So in front of you, and what we're seeking from Council tonight is support for the Economic Development Strategy as presented. It's an updated strategy thanks to direction from Council to update the 2020 to 2025 strategy. It has since run its course, and we've gone out and done quite a bit of engagement and research and analysis that I'll let Paul and Chris move through this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation.
Thank you.
I'll pass it off to Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Corstania. Pleasure to be in front of you, Your Worship, and members of Council. I'd like to thank the city team for their great guidance on delivering this important delivery. Thanks for the contributions of the community as well. We'll take 10 minutes here to review our findings, and as has been mentioned, be happy to answer questions that members of Council have. Next slide, please. The agenda, we want to, we'll split, Chris and I will split the presentation in half. I'll speak to the strategy development process and the key themes that we heard from the research, or that we discovered from research and engagement. And then Chris will go through the visioning statement and strategic priorities, and then we'll both collaborate on the Q&A. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. Yes, you can go to the timeline, Declan. Next slide. Thank you. The timeline, as you can see, was delivered in 4 phases. The first phase is about project initiation and management, and then we did some research and analysis understanding the current state of the Prince George economy, the regional economy, as well as looking at some forecasting numbers, looking towards the future as to what may be in store. Phase 3 was about engagement, and we included 12 one-on-one or small group interviews with 17 participants. We had 4 industry sector-based workshops that had 42 participants in total, and a community and business survey with 90 completed responses. The engagement prioritized First Nations organizations, First Nations-owned Economic Development Corporation, and local and regional Indigenous economic development providers. We brought all that information in. If you consider phase 2 to be the where we are now, phase 3 is where we want to go. Phase 4 is the how do we get there, the delta, the difference between where we are now and where we want to go. And through that, the strategic pillars and the implementation plan, we've delivered that. Next slide, please. We'll move into the key themes from research and engagement. You can move to the next slide. Thank you. There are there are 6 on 2 slides, 3 on each slide. Key findings that we thought council would be most interested in hearing about. The first to hear are Prince George's strategic location underpins its role as Northern BC's logistics and services hub. The one on the far right identifies clean energy investment as supporting diversification and sets the community apart. And the middle one is the city has strong industrial supports, but competitiveness remains an issue. One thing that we want to highlight is that there's a tendency for leaders in Northern British Columbia to position themselves relative to the Lower Mainland and get comfortable with the idea that they are more competitive from an industrial perspective. But there's a bigger need to be positioning yourselves relative to Central and Northern Alberta, where industrial land is cheap and approvals are quick. This is the competitive environment that matters most to investors and to firms. Next slide, please. The 3 other research and engagement findings: workforce constraints are limiting growth and investment attraction. Downtown safety, vacancy, and perception challenges are undermining confidence. And perceptions of unclear processes and fragmented collaboration are limiting economic development effectiveness. Major takeaways from the engagement is that the community, ranging from individual residents to city leadership, should be pulling as much as possible towards positioning Prince George as a place of opportunity rather than a problem to be solved. We'd love to see more of a positive approach to communications that helps to wash away the negative reputations of the community. And I'll turn it over to Chris now, who will look at the strategic priorities.
Sure, thanks, Paul. Declan, you can move ahead to, thank you, the visioning statement. So when we do these types of strategy development projects, we often like to anchor our strategies around a visioning statement or winning aspiration. And this is essentially the end state that we want a community to reach once they've had the chance to run through all of our recommendations. In the case of Prince George, we see the community as a resilient northern economy that has clear, predictable, and competitive business environment characteristics. And those collectively help to sustain, industrial activity, confident downtown reinvestment, and long-term regional stability. Can move ahead, Declan. So in achieving that winning aspiration, we like to package our recommendations under what we call strategic priorities. These are essentially the pillars or the buckets of recommendations that the city needs to implement, or we recommend that they implement in order to address the challenges that occur. And I'll run through each one just on the next few pages in a little bit more detail. So the first of these strategic priorities is really around helping businesses understand how to navigate city policies and approvals. One thing that came out very clearly from our engagement research was the fact that there was an asymmetry of information between what a lot of developers and investors had and what the city understood to be available. And so some of the recommendations that naturally flow from that are, increasing the plain language resources that are easily available, increasing the clear touch points between city staff and investors and developers as they need it. There was also a lot of interest in the City of Prince George playing more of a customer service role when it comes to investment and development. A lot of leading investor communities are offering concierge support regularly. You know, if a high impact, high value opportunity comes to them, they're able to funnel them through the process, make sure that they talk to all the right people very quickly, and ensure that those opportunities are not bled away. You know, and lastly, another recommendation that clearly flowed out from this is the opportunity for the city to develop more of a business retention expansion program within their existing capacity. So really making sure that city staff have their thumb on the pulse when it comes to understanding what the concerns are of local businesses and making sure they can respond quickly before they become persistent issues. We can move on to the next page. The second, we've obviously heard a lot in the previous presentations and discussions around downtown. The second is really around making sure that downtown is a place people want to be, whether that's from a business or resident perspective. A few different aspects here. You know, one is around ensuring that the information is available to support downtown redevelopment. You'd be surprised in a lot of communities, big and small, how difficult it can be to find information on properties. Are they for sale? How much they cost? What is the property, you know, beyond zoning, what is it really effectively usable for? And so there's an opportunity for the city to play a role in helping to facilitate access to that information. As well, you know, downtown vibrancy initiatives. A lot of communities have found it effective when there are challenges related to social disorder to have things like seasonal street closures, expanded patio programs, flexible use of public space, many other things to ensure that the increased foot traffic from that dissuades instances of crime. So that can go along with the enforcement and some of the other discussions that were happening previously. And as well, it's important to recognize, I mean, the Economic Development Division does not control all aspects of downtown redevelopment. And so there is an important convener role that the city can play in terms of making sure that different departments, as well as external partners like Downtown PG are discussing more regularly what they're doing in the downtown space and ensuring that they can equally link into each other's initiatives. Move on to the next page. Another component of the project is really around talent, workforce. There's an opportunity, we think, to pursue better alignment, better attraction of talent. There was definitely an appetite, excuse me, among employers, workforce organizations, and post-secondary institutions, the like, to equally understand what the demands are. What do employers actually need more regularly? What do they think they'll need over the next few years? You know, being proactive. And so, you know, standing up some form of a workforce table to make sure that there are those discussions happening and post-secondary institutions and other training providers can more easily react to the demands of the local business market. There was also a lot of interest among engagement partners as to developing more opportunities for work-integrated learning, practicums, job placements, to make sure the graduates of UNBC, CNC are able to get jobs locally, start businesses locally, and they have those natural linkages already set up in place. And there was also a lot of opportunity, we think, to better align some of the immigration programming with some of those business needs, like we discussed before, things that employers are seeing, they currently need, expect to need, and making sure that any attraction of newcomers to the community adequately represents that. We'll move on to the next page. Obviously, it's been discussed as well earlier that Prince George is the preeminent center for industrial development in the north. We hear it from all the communities we work with in the north that they always want to know what's going on in Prince George so they can link into it. But there are definitely some opportunities for the city to become a little bit more targeted, I guess, in how it approaches aspects such as investment attraction. So, you know, a few examples that provide here is really tightening the investor value proposition around key sectors. You know, we did a bit of sector analysis as part of this project. Areas such as chemical and energy manufacturing and truck-based transportation offer the greatest returns if you're looking at a dollars and cents perspective, a jobs perspective for the community. And so making sure that investment attraction efforts are really channeled towards the community's best bets. Likewise, there's an opportunity to more consistently link in with the initiatives being led by investment attraction agencies. That could be Trade Invest BC or Invest in Canada, whether they're coordinating campaigns, missions, different initiatives, but also co-participating in their visits to conferences and trade shows internationally, if possible, Having presence can matter a lot in many investor markets. I hear it a lot, particularly in Asia, that having boots on the ground makes a huge difference to bringing money in. And so this is definitely an area for improvement. And lastly, on this file, there's a lot of industrial development happening in the north, big infrastructure projects, mining, value-added forestry. And the big firms know how to bid on those projects, but smaller firms who might be subcontractors don't necessarily know. And likewise, there might be job seekers located in Prince George who maybe want to do a bit of a job stint somewhere else and earn money, but they still want to remain in the community. How do they link into that? And so there's potentially an opportunity for the city to provide information and supports to people or firms who might be interested in linking in with some of those initiatives that are happening further north, maybe happening out of the Caribou, but still very much relevant to northern BC. Can move to the next page. And lastly, one aspect that I think sets the strategy apart from some of the others that we've delivered is really around focusing on helping Prince George achieve organizational excellence in how it is pursuing economic development service delivery. It's a small team and has a lot of responsibilities to pursue. And so, there have been a lot of innovations that have come out since the last economic development strategy related to technologies such as artificial intelligence, different automation methods. And there's a big discussion in the economic development world how to best leverage those technologies. And so a lot of the recommendations in our strategy point to ways in which the team of only 3 people currently can really maximize their impact for the lowest cost. And as well, there's an opportunity to formalize certain relationships. We thought there was a bit of a gap in certain contexts, such as engagement with the Clay Tenay and their development corporation, Tano Tenay, as well as certain Indigenous organizations such as APDC and Pignata, where there are relationships, but they feel like they're not formalized enough and maybe are a little bit too reliant on personal interactions as opposed to having some sort of regular touch point between a dedicated city resource and a resource of these bespoke organizations. So I flew through that very quickly. I'm obviously happy to take questions on any of the previous and discuss in detail the research and engagement as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we open the floor, just a quick general question. The last page shows a 118 page and over 629. Are we going to get the full report or are we going to just get this highlight?
So the shortened version of the strategy, I believe, was attached to the council agenda. I know,
Chris?
maybe I'll pass it to Declan for details.
I think that's the entire agenda for
Yes,
council.
Your Worship, the 629 pages represents the entire agenda package for tonight.
We don't have 600 pages in our strategy.
Oh, I'm just 118 over 629, right? Okay, all right, okay. Just want to make sure. So I'm looking at the clock here. It'll be Councilor Fussell.
Thank you, Mayor. To be fair, the PDF is actually labeled -short version. So I was wondering if there was a more in-depth one as well.
Yeah. Your Worship, through to Councillor Fussell, we have a number of additional studies and reports that help us at an operational level. But what we're seeking tonight is Council's direction and support for our strategy. It's a high-level document with each of these action items within the strategy as our guiding guiding direction at an operational level, where we work with partners and do actual projects and carry out our programming. That's where those additional resources are. So it's not 600 pages, but it is a lot of pages that support us at the back end. But the strategy itself at the high level is what you see here in front of you.
Yeah, thanks. And through to Mr. Korstanji, I have no doubt that this is top level. I know this is an award-winning economic development group that we have, that you lead for the city, recognized provincially and federally, and I appreciate that. Having read through the report, I can see pieces that we know about well from living in the community: the housing shortages, talent attraction, the need for training, all of this. I found that all really interesting, and this is absolutely a clear, good direction. What I wanted to ask you about, though, is the surge that's coming. we know that with the development of the cardiac care facility, we're going to need, or we can hope for and anticipate another 1,000 high-paying jobs coming to the city. And what will that do to this strategy? Are we prepared for that? You address that we're already facing some shortages. What's going to happen when that tower gets built and that talent attraction needs to be done? Are we going to need to reach out federally, provincially? How are we going to address that on-the-ground challenge?
It's a good question. Your worship, through to Councillor Frizzell, I think that the tower itself is a major project. There are many more coming, and I'm sure as they crop up, more will be announced later on. And that is a major opportunity and challenge all wrapped up in one. Our strategy it's made in a way that it can be adaptable and scalable. We have great partners in the community, in the province, in the country, and we'll leverage those relationships. And I think the whole point of the strategy is to be proactive in our economic development so that we're aware more granularly of what the needs are for major projects, for local businesses, and the like, and we can respond as best we can as quickly as possible. I think there's chat about, there's mention of making us more efficient as a division. There's ways of formalizing relationships and making sure that we're operating as best we can with our partners in the community. And so I think my answer, and I hope you don't take it as reductive, but doing our strategy is how we will respond to that opportunity and those challenges.
Well, thanks. And, north of Kamloops, we're the biggest shop. You're the biggest shop, which means we are the biggest shop for economic development. And when Invest BC wants to address major projects, they're going to come here. When Invest Canada wants to address major projects, they're going to come here. So having this strategy is going to be great for informing. But I liked your other two words, that it's adaptable and scalable. Adaptable because there's going to be change. This is going to be, if I can be forgiven, hair straight back for the next 4 to 8 years. There is going to be growth here. And being scalable is critical. Being adaptable is critical. So I appreciated those two pieces. I'm happy to approve this, knowing full well that there's more to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Frizzell. Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to all of the team, to Mr. Corsanier for all the work on this. Has it been moved yet? I would like to move approval. Thank you. And then my question is
Now it has.
about the strategy priority number 2, position downtown as a place to invest, work, and do business, and the direction, work with community, Indigenous, and government partners to support coordinated actions to improve downtown safety and business confidence. And I guess the question I'm wondering is that, I guess as part of the development piece, there was a table, I think, it's so late, of the group that was doing engagement and coming together. Does that exist? I'm kind of stuck on this Fogo Island, Zeta Cobb economic stewardship table that we were talking about earlier. So I guess, is that going to still exist as an incubator for this strategic priority?
Yeah, Your Worship, through to Councillor Ramsey. Are you referencing the downtown strategy team with the Chamber of Downtown? Yeah. That will continue. Those are, and I think that's a great example of working with partners on things that we alone cannot tackle ourselves, but we need to work with active partners in the community and additional members and champions in the community on different causes. And a great example, or further to that, is even those organizations at the core of the strategy team can't do it all. And so we're meeting with more groups in the community as they approach us with some wonderful ideas. And so those conversations will continue on, and it does address, safety, but also vibrancy and activity. So thank you.
No, yeah, and thanks for mentioning that. And I do think there's like a lot of this strategy is utilizing like our resource economy, but I think this specific priority is kind of the area that focuses on like art and like as a hub to bring economic development to the city, which I think is really key. So just looking for ways to engage our art community, as we saw earlier, they're hungry for it. And I think our community is as well on our surveys that have been coming back for budget, art and I think it was, I can't remember the full category name, but it was ranked the top, the highest priority for investment and fleshing that out. So I think our residents have really spoken boldly that they want to see that. So I wholly endorse it. Good job, great work, and now let's hit the ground running. Thank you.
And if I may, it's I think it's a continuation of the conversations that have been going on at this table and others around operationalizing and trying to pick out the right pieces of past work, including the downtown strategy, around what it is we can do to make the most change that we possibly can with the resources we have.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Ramsey. Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to Mr. Corstania. Feels like you hit the ground running some time ago.
We're always running.
And together with the team that presented this evening, thank you for the direction this is going. And I think this is going to be quite the year. Thank you so much for the presentation. I support the motion.
Thank you, Councilor Scott.
Thank you. Councilor Carson.
Thank you very much, Mayor Yu. And I'm just wondering, first a question to Mr. Kristania, I think, or to Ms. Wozniak. The report to council says for council decision. What kind of decision are we making here?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Claassen. The report, that's just summarizing the purpose of the report, is for council decision. The decision would be the recommendation, which is seeking council's approval of the 2026 ECDEV strategy or strategic plan.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And then I'll ask the presenters from Deloitte if one thing that I was looking for is, and I didn't see, or maybe I just didn't read it properly, is direction for council or recommendation for council on how we can keep track and make sure that we are making sure that our staff have what they need in order to make these recommendations happen. So either one of you.
I could probably take that to start with, through to Councillor Claassen, I mentioned additional information and tools that we have. We will be tracking our performance and trying to communicate that out based on our strategic plan and what we're doing for it and what the outcomes are. Resources are, we under our strategic plan, we have a corporate work plan, and within that we have an annual work plan for our division that is based on the resources and the context that we're in at the time. I think if there's additional, and maybe I'll defer to Director Wozniak, that if there's additional requirements over and above what our capacity can provide, if that's what you're referring to, of are we resourced adequately, I think that becomes a conversation separate from the strategy. I think the strategy is scalable, and if we have the opportunity to scale up, that's definitely a possibility. But I think that's a separate conversation from a resource versus capability standpoint. I'm not sure if I've addressed that correctly, but does that answer your question?
Sort of, but I guess what I was hoping for is some more measurables for council to make sure that we're reaching and implementing the strategy at a rate that is appropriate to the urgency that we see. I liked everything that I read in the strategy. The part that I'm just a little bit worried about is this so high level that it'll be hard to make sure that we get it done on the ground. So that's, yeah, that was my question, because I would like to know where we're at and you know, continuously getting updates and actually make the changes that we need to implement the entire plan.
Yeah, through to Councillor Clausen, yeah, we're happy to provide updates. I don't know if there's been we need to get direction to do so, but or I can take that away and come back with a report on what would be an appropriate sort of cadence of reporting and KPIs to achieve and things like that. But we can work on that.
All right, thank you for now. Yep.
Your Worship, if I may add to that, the other thing that would be helpful for probably from a departmental and divisional point of view for especially economic development is at the time of council strategic priorities being set, we do look to the council priorities as one of our first landing spots of, well, what's going to shape our annual work plan or corporate work plan. So when council is able to set a priority that's consistent with or aligned with this strategy, such as the economic development strategy, that helps us know where council's focus wants or attention wants to be put from a staffing level. And then we can organize our work plans accordingly to that council direction. Maybe leave it at that for now. That's my comment about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sampson.
Thanks very much, Mayor Yu, and thanks, Mr. Corsani, and the whole ACDev team, and also our folks here from Deloitte. Really appreciate the work that went into this, and you can see a pretty significant amount of work, engagement, and thought went into putting this together. And it identifies some real challenges that we have, but focuses on, I think, the areas where the city can actually have influence to move the needle on advancing our economic opportunities, and that's exciting to see. So I really appreciated looking through it. I have lots of thoughts, lots of questions, but I'll keep it to two. First one, I guess, is of the 5 priorities identified in the strategy, which one do you believe carries the greatest risk if we don't get it right?
Oof, that's a good one. I think through to Councillor Sampson, I think one of the largest multiplier pieces in the strategy is our role as an industrial and logistics center. I think that piece, it leverages the major projects coming to the region, the opportunity around defense spending that the federal government is working on, the projects that are of provincial and national significance, and leveraging that into jobs for local residents, contracts for local businesses, and opportunity to attract more and spin-off industries to set up in Prince George, to create a better tax base and sort of employment climate for our community, and that in turn can relay into you know, opportunities for us to provide better or enhanced work on other priorities. I think that's, you know, we can leverage partnerships, we can leverage a lot out of that that isn't our money, essentially, into more money and more jobs for locals, us, businesses, and community members.
Thanks for that. I lied. I'm going to have a slight add-on to that one, make it 2.5. Is, in your mind, with this strategy, is the workforce talent attraction piece, the chicken or the egg piece, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. Is it going to be the leading priority to attract that workforce, that talent to be here so the industry will come? Or do you see it more as we need to bring the industry and the people will come?
Yes. So yeah, and I think I will backtrack a bit. They're all interconnected. I think hopefully that's apparent, in that major projects will come with jobs, and those jobs will need to be filled. We need to make sure that we can capture the most amount of jobs locally, and we attract the remaining talent from outside of the community in a way that turns into more long-term residents that become our volunteers, our coaches, and things like that. And so chicken and an egg thing in economic development is an extremely large challenge because they both happen at the same time. And that's where scale and priority are very important. It actually links into Councillor Clausen's question and Ms. Wozniak's response around what is council and the community's key priorities in 1 year, and how do we resource towards those to achieve those top priorities? Well, while it's all important, some things will rank higher in 1 year than others. And so and in this case, fortunately, we're working with partners right now in plugging into major project proponents to get proper data on workforce numbers so that the existing and transitioning workforce in sectors that are transitioning right now can be informed and be skilled up in time to have jobs when available. I think, the industry creates the jobs, the people will fill them. So if we were to put one in front of the other, it'd be industry and then a talent piece, because the talent is already here. The attraction will come and fill the gaps. We want to make sure that our local residents have the jobs first. That's where working with major proponents and our partners in the community, I would put that sort of a higher priority. And then filling in the gaps with talent attraction after that is sort of how it works. Very similar to business retention and expansion being a higher priority over investment attraction, because that's who we have already. We want to keep those people there.
Great. Yeah, serve our existing. I appreciate that. Last piece, fast forward 5, 10 years in that window there. If the strategy is successful at that point, what are 1 or 2 things that residents and businesses in Prince George would notice? What is that benchmark that our residents will see that the strategy is working? And I know it's very hard to measure success in this world, so I'm looking for that really understandable thing that our residents or business owners can go, I see how this is working for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Sampson. I think this sort of comes from our visioning statement, but essentially we are a community that has a strong economy with fewer frustrations, more innovations, and a stable job environment, where a job environment and business environment where if you own a business here, you're comfortable and confident that keeping it here is good for you and your family. I think hopefully clarity on our processes and attraction and a positive business sentiment around Prince George, more positive, because I think there is a positive sentiment. We saw it in our surveys, but an improved sentiment of positivity of our community for investing here, both from a sort of frustration or clarity standpoint, as well as an economic opportunity standpoint.
Great, thanks. And I guess that you look at that on a individual or business case, investing here, whether that's establishing roots, buying a home, building your life, or starting your business, having that entrepreneurial spirit and the confidence to do so.
Yep.
Great, thanks very much, appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much, Worship, and thank you to the presenters for sticking it out with us so late today. Really, I think just I had actually was in the queue and I thought I'd take down my hand just to move the recommendation. So we'll just add my kudos and thanks to the team for for this work, and I know this is going to be a priority for the city moving forward. So just thank you all for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. I'm going to ask a simple question to the team, not to Declan. I hope Declan must know this by now. I just, through this exercise, I'm going to ask Paul and Christopher, through this study, do you really gain a really insight to say, we here in Prince George, looking at the history, present, and the very murky future to come, do you have a sense of what we are as a people, as an economy, our relationship to the region, to the province, to the Canada, to the world? What is our advantage? What is the disadvantage of what we have now and where we're going from here? And then based on everything, so basically, the conclusion, so we're going to be the industrial and logistics center. Yes, there's a lot of those major projects going to be happening around us, but those are projects. Today I heard Mayor Palm basically in one of the conference calls. He was absolutely right. Those are major jobs, the multiplier seems diminishing. A lot of time, there's one major job you'll produce 6, 7, 8, spin-off jobs, and those multiplier, the effect is not as much, maybe due to the robotic, maybe due to the machinery we use. So as these major projects, even including the mining and those activities starting to, every 20 years they start winding down, what do you see, we as a city, what is our absolute advantage as a people, as a region? Do you, through this study, gain a little bit more feeling that, why Prince George is going to be here 100 years from now, this is going to be an industrial logistics center? Based on what advantage we have? Do you have a sense, in this report? Can we get that?
Thank you, Mayor Yu. I may be able to provide a little bit of insight, and it links back to a question that was asked before around which of the 5 strategic priorities might be the most important. And I feel like the answer might depend a little bit on the time horizon. So I think short term, I agree with Declan's point that the focus on ensuring that Prince George is set up well as an industrial and logistics center is a priority to make sure that the community is able to link into some of those major infrastructure build-outs that are taking place, big energy projects, big mining projects, which are of course in demand at the moment for a number of reasons, including urgencies with the Canadian economy and some of the challenges we're having on the trade front. But in a longer term sense, I think that the community really wins in terms of making business easier to do locally. Your best economic developers are local businesses that are looking to expand, and not necessarily, the hopeful investor that you might want to attract and meet on a trade mission and so forth. And so we talk about looking to the future and asking, what is our sense as to how Prince George should be positioning itself, how we should understand opportunity going forward. I think our perspective would be to view the attention on infrastructure build out, the attention on mining development as something that will probably stretch a number of years, but inevitably trends change, demand changes, and economic development models at, say, the federal, provincial level also change. And so I think the community can seek to withstand some of those forces by focusing on ensuring there are adequate local business supports, ensuring that there are opportunities to link in with other organizations in the community, like the Chamber, like Downtown PG, and make sure that the feedback that's coming from local businesses is being actioned in a proactive manner. I had mentioned before that one of the recommendations was to stand up more of a formalized business retention expansion program as part of the implementation of the strategy. And that really helps the city itself understand where needs are arising quickly and be able to develop policy or bylaw to respond in an adequate manner. So in terms of the competitive advantages, I don't see those as changing. Prince George has what people need, the region has what people need, and it's an important center and conduit for facilitating all that. And maybe to get a little bit sentimental, one thing we heard through our engagement when we asked people, what's the greatest thing about the community? What should we build on beyond all of the minerals nearby or energy developments? We always heard about the people. And I like working in Northern BC. I think that there's a sense of entrepreneurship, a sense of hard work, a sense of wanting to get things done and not always couching everything in an overly aspirational tone. And so when you link all these things together, you get a community that is well positioned geographically, that is nearby resources, that has people that are able to get things done. And I think when you put all those things together, notwithstanding any economic forces that happen over the coming years and decades, you have a recipe for success.
Thank you. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Thank you. With that, we need a motion?
I think we have one.
Yeah. Okay. So this is just for the 2026, right? And then after the next term, the team come in and they will redevelop the strategy and they talk to the chamber, and we develop the new goals and new way of doing things.
If I may, Your Worship.
Yes,
this is this is an update to the 5-year strategy from before.
years.
So it's a 5-year strategy going forward.
Yeah, I like 100 years.
Oh, okay.
The 5 years is good. Still start somewhere.
I'll work on that one.
All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carry. Thank you very much for staying so late with us, Christopher. And
Your Worship.
Yes.
I'm wondering, we have 12 agenda items plus final readings plus correspondence left. Do we need to, are there anyone else in the gallery or other guests that we may need to move the agenda around, or is council looking to potentially schedule an additional meeting in June, or are we going to try to power through with the other?
I'm gonna ask Mr. Babbage to give me a little bit directive here.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Yes, looking at the time, it's 10:48. Council will have a decision at 11 p.m. How much longer you would like to go this evening.
It's not effective.
Looking at the remaining items on the agenda, while they're all important, there's some important policy discussion near the beginning of the agenda for the first 4 items. Really, the time-sensitive matters from administration's perspective start at item E5 and then moving forward from there. Specifically, there's a deadline on E5 for the June 19th submission, and then the planning and development reports to keep those development applications moving, I think would be a priority, as well as the approval or the receipt of the alternative approval processes. So perhaps if it's receptive by council, we could start at E5 and see how much longer council would like to go.
Sure.
So moved.
Second. So we'll go extend beyond 11 and start with E5. Say it again?
Your Worship, if you're extending the meeting past 11, you're required to give a time.
Move to extend to 11:45.
Second by Councillor Scott. When the seniors say we can go 11:45, we go to 11:45. Yeah, please. Thank you. E5, provincial budget consideration. Okay, all in favor? 11:45, maximum extension. Oppose? Opposition. Okay. We're going to 11:45, the maximum. Maybe earlier. We can end earlier.
I think Councilor's opposed.
If we just keep talking about it, we're never going to get anywhere.
Okay, E5.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Yu, and I want to thank Councillor Sampson. He stepped in for chairing this while I had to step away, so I'm going to pass this over to Councillor Sampson to take us through. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Councillor Frizzell. And I'll be quick, and others can jump in. Councillor Scott, Councillor Skaken, who are there. Really quick, the budget intake session from the province, feedback session, sorry, has been extended. And with short notice, we were able to get it on the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee meeting, and we discussed how important it is to talk about the Northern Rural Homeowners Grant, which the province is cutting, which adds $200 to everybody's tax bill. And so we've been advocating for the province to step back from that decision and look at other options, as that's going to disproportionately affect folks here in the north. And part of that is that we would like to move forward with encouraging residents to submit their feedback on the provincial feedback opportunity on their budget. So I'm going to move the two recommendations together.
Second.
And those recommendations would see that not only do we submit our feedback formally, but we have a brief media campaign or comms campaign from our team. Does not prescribe how they do it, but to get that information out there and share with residents that we ask them to share in the feedback of letting the province know that this doesn't work for us here in the north.
Thank you.
Also, it will have some form of form letter attached to it, so residents can read, get informed, but then they can submit prescribed language that will help get the message across as clear as possible. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carson, you want to speak to this?
No, sorry.
Councillor Scott?
Thanks, Your Worship. I am totally in favor, and I note that my last count, 6 pieces of correspondence tonight speak to this. So let's get her done.
Thank you. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carry. E9, liquor license application.
Second.
Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Sorry, Your Worship, was that, I'm assuming that was moved and seconded. I just didn't hear.
Yeah, it was moved and seconded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Basically, it's a simple request from the address of 6145 South Cavey Road. E10, temporary use permit application. Ms. Wozniak, this is just advanced temporary permit? Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Currently, the subject property at 397 3rd Avenue functions under a temporary use permit that allows housing supportive for a 3-year term.
Yeah.
Issued in 2024, the permit facilitated the lease, construction, and operation of a modular 43-unit transitional housing facility operated by BC Housing on a city-owned site, identified through the 2023 MOU between the province and the city. The applicant, BC Housing, has applied for another 3-year temporary use permit to allow the continuation of a housing supportive use on the subject property. The applicant is applying a year in advance of the expiration of their current permit to ensure funding can be secured to reflect the extension of the use of the subject property.
Funding.
Should council support the proposed temporary use permit, the housing supportive use would be permitted to operate on the subject property until 2030. In order for the use to continue on the site following the expiration of the proposed permit, the subject property would need to be rezoned. Administration supports the proposed permit and is available for any questions you have.
Thank you. So if the council say yes to this, that will be take this maximum temporary, would it? Or do you have 2 years to go?
No, because the existing, sorry, Your Worship, the existing temporary use permits for 3 years, this one proposed this evening will allow for another 3 years, and that maximizes the 6 for this applicant on that property.
That's it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, but they need that for funding, or else.
They would like, yes, to secure the temporary use permit ahead of its expiration next year to ensure they can look for that funding in that budget to continue the operation of it.
Thank you. Councilor Ramsey.
Thank you, Ms. Wozniak. And so on the TUP, they can only renew once, regardless of the number of years?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. We did just received an email from Mr. Foley from the DBEIA asking to do 1 year at a time, but because this is the second renewal, they would that would only allow them to do 1 year, so.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move the 3-year recommendation, but I just wanted to capture that note, so.
Second by Councillor Fazell. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Have we, which we do with every temporary use permit almost, we ask, how has this use been operating? Have we had any major problems?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Clausen, and through the mayor to your question, we've received no complaints to date about the operation of the site.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Let's see, no more question. All in favor? Opposed? Opposed online? Carried. E11, variance permit application. Ms. Wasnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. The applicant is seeking to vary the maximum total gross floor area of office, financial service, and health services on the subject property from 500 square meters to 1,718.3 square meters. This variance would recognize the existing office and health service uses on site and would also permit a proposed dentist office and building addition as shown on Exhibit A.
Moved by Councillor Sampson, second by Councillor Polillo. Discussion, hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? Opposed online? Carried. E12. Say it again? We did already. That's right. 13, zoning bylaw amendment. Ms. Wasnick.
Your Worship, the applicant would like to rezone the subject property located at 2670 Vanier Drive from RS2 single residential to RM1 multiple residential to facilitate a community care facility major use for a daycare for more than 12 persons. The intent is to convert the existing single detached house located on the property into a daycare. The intent is to use the house solely for a daycare purpose and not to include any residential component. Further details are outlined in the rationale letter attached as a supporting document to the report. Administration supports the zoning as it's consistent with the policy direction of the OCP as it relates to land use and social health and well-being. I'm available for any questions you have.
So moved. Second.
Second by Councillor Klassen. Discussion, hearing none. All in favor? Opposed? Opposed online? Carried. E14, Mini Peaks Legacy Project. Ms. Hayward, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Mini Peaks Legacy Project is a province-wide initiative connected to the FIFA World Cup that invests in permanent community recreation infrastructure. Through a partnership between the province, Via Sport, and the Vancouver Whitecaps, selected communities receive a fully funded mini pitch along with up to 3 years of programming support. For Prince George, this is a strong fit. We continue to see demand for accessible recreation spaces, especially for youth, families, and neighborhoods where barriers to participation exist. A centrally located mini pitch could complement our existing parks, schools, and community centers while expanding opportunities for free drop-in play and organized programming. The project would create a safe, inclusive space that supports youth development, community connection, and year-round activity. In return, the city would provide a ready site and commit to long-term maintenance and community use. This is a competitive opportunity that would deliver a lasting community asset. At this time, we're looking for council's support to move forward with Phase 1, an expression of interest and a proposal of potential sites in Prince George. If we are shortlisted, we will move on to Phase 2, which is the technical and community assessment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Second by Councilor Polillo. Floor is yours. You want to speak?
Yeah, just briefly, this is an opportunity that I identified early and sent on to staff. I see that there's great community support and interest already from PGYSA, PG Soccer Association, SD 57. And I particularly like the 2 proposed sites if we move forward too. I think there was Duchess as identified as a site and Ron Brent as well too, and I think those are perfect fits. And if in fact we're successful, I see this as a real big win and a big asset for our community. So I wish us all the best. And I know there's actually one already awarded to Langley, and that's already getting some rave reviews and has been a great asset for Langley Township. So, yeah, I think we have a strong bid, and hopefully we're successful. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councilor Fussell.
Yeah, I'm going to support it because you made such a good pitch.
Thank you. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carried. E15, Ms. Haywood, would you like to introduce the report?
Yes, this opportunity is for Prince George to submit a bid to host the 55+ BC Summer Game or BC Games event in either 2029 or 2030, with proposed dates in September. Staff have already been working through the bid package as the application deadline is noon on June 26th. As part of the submission, a letter of commitment from the city with a council resolution is required. The minimum host community contribution is $75,000 cash and $65,000 in-kind support. We recommend that the Major Events Reserve Fund that has a current unallocated balance of over $970,000 be used. The anticipated economic impact of this will exceed $3 million in direct community spending, which would provide meaningful benefit to local businesses and the broader community. If Prince George is selected, the event would be a significant undertaking and community-wide effort requiring approximately 1,200 volunteers and could welcome more than 3,500 participants and supporters. Wow. From a hosting perspective, we exceed the requirements with our numerous accommodations for both hotel rooms and RV sites and our high-caliber facilities throughout the city. This event has not been held in Prince George since 2008 and has not been hosted north of Kamloops since then. This represents a strong opportunity to showcase Prince George as a capable and welcoming host community for a major event. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Move the recommendation.
Second by Councilor Scott. Mr. Bennett. Councilor Bennett. You...
Oh, I was just going to move the recommendation.
Oh, okay. Councilor Fussell, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, thanks. This is something we know we're really good at doing. We know we've got the volunteer spirit. We know we've got the community pride. I appreciated seeing the STEAM report, the information about what we would expect in economic return on this as well. You've made a good case. Here's to us winning the bid. Thanks.
Thank you. Gave me some incentive to swim a little bit harder. Maybe I will join the competition. Councilor Perillo?
Your Worship, maybe you can win a gold medal.
Just participation.
Maybe even I can compete. I'm old enough. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to add kudos to staff for pivoting so quickly. I mean, we know the disappointment from the Special Olympics national bid, but staff pivoted quickly, got this together, and we got tight timelines to get this in, and I think we'll be an exceptional host. So, well done.
All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carry unanimously. E16, report of the AAP process. Mr. Anderson, can you tell us what was the result?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Council directed an AAP be used in connection with 5 bylaws, 9607, 9608, 09, 10, and 11. Bylaws that required provincial approval received it in April, with AAP starting April 28th and ending June 2nd. We received between 128 to 226 forms on each of the AAPs. The threshold of 10% of electors was not met, therefore council is deemed to have approval of the electors and can give final reading to the borrowing bylaws related to those AAPs if they wish. I'm available for any questions.
Second.
Is this means it's a, because it's an AAP process, we just received as information. There's nothing else we can do about it, isn't it?
That's correct. It's just a receipt for information.
Yeah. Yeah. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Bylaw final reading and
Your Worship,
adoption.
there's actually item E17, which is the rescheduling of the committee of the whole.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Your Worship. We have a committee hold planned for Wednesday. I'm supposed to chair that. I'll be away, and I know there's 3 to 4 others that will be away. So proposing to reschedule that to Monday, July 6th at noon, if that works.
Second.
Second by Councilor Frizell. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carried. F1.
Your worship, we still have agenda items at the beginning of the agenda unless they're being tabled to next meeting, but we have, I think,
we go back.
We have, yeah, we'll have E1.
Okay. I basically introduce through my mayor's report. E1 is pretty straightforward.
So, Your Worship, would it be okay if we just rip through the bylaws really quick? They're just, thank you.
Do F1 first, okay. All in favor, F1. Oppose? Oppose online, carry. F2. Second by Councilor Ramsey. All in favor, F2. Oppose? Oppose online, carry. F3. Second by Councilor Polillo. F3. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online, carry. F4. Second by Councilor Polillo. Oh. Second by Councilor Ramsey. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carry. F5.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? F5. Oppose? Oppose online? Carry. F6. Second by Councilor Scott. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Oppose? Carry. G1 to G10. Anybody want to pull anything for discussion? I believe Councilor's motions regarding the earlier to the ones that got tabled is really dealing with the G7, G8, isn't it?
Yes. Mayor, could we maybe have G4? Could we, is it possible, is it G4? Yes. As well as G4 and G5. And was there another one from Dr. Merrick? No, okay, those two. If we could, G14? Okay.
G4.
If we, can we forward them or do we just need to pull them at the next meeting? Mr. Anderson?
We can receive everything and then we can discuss and next meeting.
If you're looking for it to be postponed to the next meeting, a motion postpone would be appropriate.
Postpone to receive?
To postpone the receipt for those items?
Those items,
Okay, that's what I'll do. I'll move to postpone.
Postpone
G4, G5, and G14.
14. So you can discuss it next time, okay? Second by Councilor Frizell. So basically 4, 5, and 14, we know cannot be pulled for discussion. All in favor? Oppose? Carry. Anybody want to pull any other documentation for discussion? Which one?
G7.
G7. Councilor Sampson, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mayor Yu. Just quick, wanted to just refer this to administration to connect with the writers to engage them in the grant process.
Second.
I will share that I had a conversation with one of the folks, Matt Baker, and shared that the best process to gain support for this type of request would be through our grant process. It's our way of not skirting the rules that we establish on user fees. But we did have a discussion about how that would not be available to them for this year. So fortunately, they've been able to be lined up with a sponsor who's going to cover the cost for this year at no cost to them. And they're going to try to get in on our grants. But I suggested that we would be able to connect them with staff to explain the opportunities with the grant process.
So they already got a sponsor for this year?
They have a sponsor covering the cost for this year, and we will hopefully see their application in the grant process.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? Oppose? Oppose online? Carry. Four, 5, and 14. All in favor? Receive. Oppose? Oppose online? Carry. We have a few minutes to go back to deal with Yuan, right? Yes, go ahead.
I would like to propose that items E1 to 4 be tabled until the next council meeting, please.
Okay. What else we haven't been dealt with?
That's it.
I'll second that recommendation.
Oh, I just want some information. E1 to E4. So basically E1, E2, E3, and E4, they ought to be tabled for the next meeting. Okay. All in favor, table E1 to E4 to next meeting. Opposed? Opposed online, carried. Motion to adjourn, I guess.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor, adjournment? Opposed? Carried.
Good night, everyone. I think we're done.
Thanks, Tim.
See you, Tim.
Councillor
Good
Bennett.
night, Tim. Thank you. Have a good sleep.
Yeah, it's 2:10 here right now, so we're good.
What do you have to be up? Are you up at 5 or 6 or what?
No, first meeting tomorrow is 8:30, so got a little bit of time.
Okay.
Shutting down,
Sleep
guys.
well.
Good night.
Take care.